Chapter 61 I'm convinced, Mill's provocation. Kang. A crisp metallic clang rang out. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Yuan's knife appeared behind him without his noticing, embedding itself in the ring and intercepting Sun Xuantao's attack. The technique is too crude, the feint was poorly executed, Qin Yuan commented, then dismissed the circular battle blade. Sun Xuantao touched his nose. He had a premonition that Qin Yuan could know all his thoughts just by looking into his eyes. Even the deans of students in the college couldn't do that, right? Of course, this is experience summarized from countless real battles, and it is difficult for someone who has never experienced the dangers of fighting to learn it. Sun Xuantao did not give up. He picked up his giant blade again and continued his relentless pursuit. However, Qin Yuan remained standing still, easily parrying all his attacks with his sword. Xie Yu, who was watching the battle, said seriously, "This is a kind of artistic conception." What? Huliena and Yan were stunned. Xie Yu explained solemnly, "Powerful weapon spirits such as knife techniques, sword techniques, and spear techniques, when cultivated to their peak, will allow the spirit master to cultivate a certain artistic conception. Take Teacher Qin for example, he has extremely high skill in swordsmanship. Even a casual swing of his sword is extraordinary. Sun Xuantao's offensive is very fierce. When I fought him before, I was suppressed the whole time. But in Teacher Qin's eyes, his offensive is vulnerable and has no secrets at all. This is the absolute difference between a swordsmanship imbued with artistic conception and an ordinary swordsmanship. If I could learn this kind of swordsmanship, perhaps." Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Xie Yu, are you crazy? Sword techniques are a closely guarded secret. Besides, His Holiness the Pope didn't include sword techniques in what Teacher Qin taught us. If you want to learn swordsmanship, you must follow Lei Meng's example and become Teacher Qin's disciple. His Majesty Ghost Douluo has long been fond of you. If you become Teacher Qin's disciple, it might displease His Majesty Ghost Douluo. It is a generally accepted rule that one can only have one master. Although it is possible to have other masters, one must obtain the consent of the first master. Ghost Douluo is a titled Douluo. If you become his disciple and then want to become someone else's disciple, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? If Xie Yu had first become Qin Yuan's disciple, even if Qin Yuan agreed, Ghost Douluo wouldn't have any pride, so why would he accept a second-hand disciple?" Huliena seemed to understand something and turned to support her, saying, "Brother, I agree with your idea. With Teacher Qin's abilities, even if you can't break through to the title Douluo level in the future, you will still be a top-tier soul Douluo. Taking such a strong person as your teacher will greatly help your future." Yan opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. He seemed to think the brother and sister had gone mad. The reason for becoming a disciple of a titled Douluo is simply to gain protection and cultivation resources, right? Even if Qin Yuan becomes very powerful in the future, the help he can give Xie Yu now is limited to the level of swordsmanship. If this continues, Xie Yu will fall behind in other areas of cultivation, which would be a net loss. After the sparring match, Sun Xuantao was covered in sweat and his soul power was greatly depleted. In contrast, Qin Yuan's breathing was steady, and he stood as straight as a pine tree, showing no signs of having experienced a major battle. Sun Xuantao couldn't help but doubt his life. He plopped down on the ground and said weakly, "Teacher Qin, I give up." Qin Yuan withdrew his martial spirit and said indifferently, "There are always people stronger than you. Don't look down on others just because you're temporarily ahead. Maintaining a proper mindset is what a strong person should do." Sun Xuantao lowered his head and didn't speak, presumably he had taken it to heart. Just then, the teacher who was teaching the class next to them walked over with a smile. "Teacher Qin's teaching methods are truly unique, I admire them greatly. This teacher is also a combat instructor and possesses the strength of a soul emperor." Beforehand, Dean Tianqian had reminded Qin Yuan that many teachers in the academy had private grievances against him, and advised him to be careful in his dealings with them. Qin Yuan turned his head, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and asked with a smile, "What is your name, teacher?" Sun Xuantao quickly stood up and ran to Qin Yuan, whispering, "Teacher Qin, this is Mr. Mills, who used to be our homeroom teacher." Sun Xuantao's voice trembled as he spoke, clearly showing extreme fear of the other party. "Well, they just arrived and already stole someone else's job. It should be noted that as long as the students in the elite class do not perish, they are destined to become high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall in the future. A teacher who can produce such students will naturally rise in status within the Spirit Hall. The elite class that Qin Yuan is leading has been established for 3 years, and the students will graduate in 5 years at most. By taking over the class now, Qin Yuan has essentially reaped the benefits that Mills had previously enjoyed. However, this was not Qin Yuan's intention, but rather the dean's arrangement. If it were him, he would definitely choose the worst class, where there would be no pressure from assessments and the students would be easier to fool, unlike now where it requires a lot of effort. It's Mr. Mills, nice to meet you. Qin Yuan greeted the other party, but they didn't respond. Mills' face was full of displeasure, like a fighting rooster. Teacher Qin, it's no fun sparring with the students. Anyway, the competition organized by the academy is about to start. Why don't you have a friendly match with me? Consider it a warm-up for the upcoming exchange competition. Qin Yuan didn't rush to answer, but instead glanced around at his surroundings. There weren't many classes having combat training in the morning, but at this moment, the teachers and students from other classes had already turned their attention to the two of them, as if they were all witnesses to this sparring match. Mills was, after all, a senior member of the college and had a certain level of prestige among the faculty. In addition, most of the teachers were dissatisfied with the treatment Qin Yuan received, and for a time they all supported Mills. Qin Yuan understood that he couldn't escape this sparring match. The treatment the dean gave him resulted in him making too many enemies, which was ultimately not a good thing. He had originally planned to use the upcoming exchange competition to achieve a good ranking and resolve his troubles. But now, it seems he won't be able to wait until the day of the competition. Qin Yuan chuckled and gestured for the students to proceed, then instructed them to clear the area. In the distance, the teachers were talking. Mills is quite strong. He was ranked first in the Soul Emperor rankings in the previous exchange matches. Teacher Qin is probably in trouble. Another teacher disagreed. Teacher Qin is also a peak Soul Emperor. Besides, how could he not be strong if he received special treatment from the dean? Not all teachers harbored hostility towards Qin Yuan, and some teachers did not take any stance. However, being able to witness a duel between two peak Soul Emperors is a rare treat for them. Battles between Soul Emperors require a large space, otherwise they are difficult to execute. Mills had more influence than Qin Yuan. With a wave of his hand, the other classes training on the playground gradually moved aside. Mills stood with his hands behind his back and sneered, "Teacher Qin, I admit your talent is indeed remarkable. But you are still too young, and there are some things that are beyond your control." Chapter 62 What kind of Soul Emperor is this? Even a clay figure has some anger, let alone Mills, who was the one who provoked him. If we don't teach Mills a lesson, we'll never have peace again. Offending people was not Qin Yuan's intention, but since he had already done so, he would show his strength and shut them up. Qin Yuan leapt and landed opposite Mills, his expression remaining calm. It's good that Mr. Mills has confidence in himself, otherwise this sparring match would be too boring. Arrogant. Mills curled his lip, a cold glint in his eyes. His martial soul is the 100 Fire Hound, a powerful fire attribute beast martial soul. The moment his martial spirit completed its possession, his body was bathed in raging flames, his hands transformed into sharp wolf claws, and his face was as fierce as a wolf. Activate your martial soul, lest you accuse me of bullying the weak. As you wish. Qin Yuan put one hand behind his back and held the flaming battle blade in the other. Both sides' martial souls possess fire attribute power, so there is no attribute suppression, it's a true duel of swords and spears. Of course, Qin Yuan doesn't need to reveal his soul saint strength, it's fine if the outside world thinks he's a soul emperor. Fourth soul skill, 100 blazing flames. Mills didn't want to wait a moment longer, his disgust for his colleague who had taken the credit had reached its peak. With a leap, the 100 Fire Hound martial soul covered the mere 20 meters in an instant, arriving at Qin Yuan's side. Mills swung his claws, and the flames surrounding him intensified, causing his aura to surge. Fifth soul skill, God-slaying blade. Before his martial soul evolves, Qin Yuan's fifth soul skill will enhance the fire power within his martial soul. However, now, the flaming blade martial soul itself contains extremely powerful flame energy, and no longer needs the support of soul skills. After the martial soul evolves, the effects of the soul skills also change slightly. At this moment, his fifth soul skill grants him a 100% boost to all his attributes and enhances the power of each subsequent sword or attack. The blade of the flaming blade gleamed with a cold, gleaming light, and its aura suddenly intensified. The blade's edge was fully revealed, its sharp light flashing as it launched an attack, simultaneously forcing Mills back. Qin Yuan quickly switched to a reverse grip on the knife, and the flames on the blade intensified. The heatwave was carried by a gentle breeze and blew outwards, making the teachers and students watching feel the sweltering heat of summer. He swung his sword with a swift motion, the sword energy formed from condensed flames spitting out tongues of fire that swept away everything in its path. Mills landed on all fours, his face darkening as he bared his teeth, realizing the situation was getting difficult. He then activated his fifth soul skill to retaliate. Mills has met his match, an elderly teacher among the onlookers said solemnly. Director. Upon hearing the voice, the teachers all bowed. The old man's name was Bertsu, the director of the academic affairs office at the Spirit Hall Academy, and he possessed the strength of a soul saint. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see through the situation of the match. At the same time, he had some doubts. Qin Yuan's aura fluctuated wildly, reaching its peak at the threshold of level 70, while at its lowest it was only at the level of a mid-tier soul emperor. This situation could mean either that Qin Yuan has already broken through to the soul saint level but has been suppressing his cultivation to fight Mills, or that his cultivation has been forced, resulting in his aura being extremely unstable. Bertsu might not trust his own eyesight, but he absolutely trusted the dean's judgment. If Qin Yuan were an ambitious and opportunistic junior, he would never have been so highly regarded by the academy. However, this is not a good thing for Mills. Bertsu was Mills' teacher, and if his students suffered a crushing defeat, he, as the teacher, would also lose face. The director has arrived. I'm afraid the academy's higher-ups already know about this sparring match, right? The teachers whispered among themselves. Regardless, Teacher Qin's 2 strikes just now were worthy of a peak soul emperor. He's still so young, no wonder the dean gives him such preferential treatment. Sigh, I'm impressed. Don't try to talk bad about Teacher Qin anymore. Hehe, what are you saying? It makes it sound like we've said anything bad about Teacher Qin. Yes, we're just curious because we haven't witnessed Teacher Qin's abilities before. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. This guy's swordsmanship is truly formidable. Although his aura is unpredictable, his soul power is extremely dense. Just how high is the age of his soul rings? What kind of soul emperor is this? Mills immediately regretted his impulsive decision. Had he known Qin Yuan was so formidable, he would never have challenged him to a spar. Now, he had a clear feeling that he had a 70% chance of losing this match. But with so many teachers and students watching, it would be embarrassing to admit defeat. With this in mind, he broke free from the entanglement and said casually, Teacher Qin, a friendly spar should end when it's over, don't you think? Come and go as you please. There are no such good things in the world. Qin Yuan smirked, brandishing his battle sword, and said, not bad. But, Professor Mills, you'll have to take this strike. If you can, I'll admit defeat. Although Mills was dissatisfied with Qin Yuan's words, ending the battle was in his best interest. Everyone here is a peak soul emperor, and neither of them can gain an advantage when they attack with all their might. Since Qin Yuan has said so, he will gladly accept the fruits of victory in this sparring match. Qin Yuan stood still, gripping the hilt of the knife with both hands, and slowly raised it. The flaming blade was even more powerful, its blade engulfed in flames, resembling a blazing sun. The battle sword spirit then grew enormous, as if it had entered the true form of a martial spirit. No, this isn't his true spirit form. His 7th spirit ring isn't showing under his feet, nor is any spirit ring at all. This is a self-created spirit skill. Bertsu's aged eyes suddenly became bright and piercing. Mills no longer cared whether he lost the match or not. Witnessing the power of his self-created soul skill made his trip worthwhile. A sinister crimson light shone in Qin Yuan's eyes. Although the killing god domain was not activated, the killing intent gathered around him was so strong that it easily overwhelmed Mills's aura. Impossible, this is impossible, you are just a soul emperor. Mills completely lost his composure. What kind of soul emperor could unleash such power? This battle blade seemed capable of taking his life with ease. I will not lose. Sixth soul skill, Wildfire Embers. Mills unleashed the full power of a peak soul emperor, but all he received in return was a simple, unadorned slash. In an instant, a dazzling burst of fire erupted in the sky above the playground. A fireball seemed poised to engulf the entire training ground, and the resulting shockwave could easily cripple a soul king. Among the teachers and students watching, only a few possessed the cultivation level of a soul emperor, and they were scattered in various places exchanging ideas. When the teacher realized something was wrong, it was too late to save the child. Scatter. The teachers shouted warnings, but the aftershocks of the battle spread so quickly that the trainees had no time to escape. Chapter 63 The Dean's Contrast. I didn't eat breakfast. Spirit Hall Academy, Dean's Office. The battle between the two soul emperors was quite a spectacle, and despite the large size of the academy, it still couldn't escape Tianshan's perception. What's going on? The teachers' competition hasn't even started yet, and someone's itching to get involved. The teacher in charge of the coordination quickly reminded her, Dean, one of the auras is Mills's, but the other aura is a bit unfamiliar. Could it be the new teacher, Teacher Qin? Tianshan put down his official duties, raised his head, and carefully sensed the surroundings. It seems to be Teacher Qin. HMPH, this Mills is used to being lawless. He bullies new teachers all year round because of his seniority. This time, it's good to teach him a lesson. Tianshan was able to offer Qin Yuan such exceptional treatment because they had naturally assessed his capabilities beforehand. The Spirit Hall's secret documents clearly state that Qin Yuan possesses the God of Slaughter domain, a fact even confirmed by Bibi Dong herself. Tianshan may not be clear about the effects in other areas, but he is certainly familiar with the God of Slaughter domain. Furthermore, any soul master who possesses the Killing God domain is invincible among those of the same level, and even in battles against opponents of higher levels, their win rate is extremely high. Mills's precise move to provoke Qin Yuan is a case of whether to call it lucky or unlucky. The teacher in charge of the liaison couldn't help but ask, Dean, is Professor Qin really that amazing? Before Tianshan could reply, he already understood. Tianshan has served as dean for many years and has always been fair and impartial in his dealings. The fact that he took the initiative to raise Qin Yuan's treatment already proves the latter's extraordinary nature. Mills, let's see how you get out of this. The aftershocks of the battle on the playground are still spreading. At the critical moment, a gigantic phantom, seemingly straight out of an ancient myth, appeared out of thin air on the playground. The behemoth was covered in golden scales, its body slightly curled up, easily neutralizing the aftershocks of the battle. Once the commotion from the battle subsided, a figure stood between Qin Yuan and Mills. This person was none other than Dean Tianshan. Dean. The two stopped simultaneously and bowed. Tianshan didn't blame the two for their recklessness, but simply said, Mills, you lost. Teacher Qin, if there is another battle in the future, remember not to choose the playground, go to the combat room instead, so as not to involve innocent people. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and accepted. He immediately withdrew his martial spirit and took note of his surroundings. The enormous beast resembled a large crocodile. However, it is exceptionally ferocious and more ancient than other crocodile-type martial spirits. Golden Crocodile. Qin Yuan, who has a godlike perspective, is no stranger to this kind of martial spirit. It seems that the second elder of the martial spirit hall also has this kind of martial spirit. Dean Tianshan appears to be nothing more than an elderly, frail scholar. Who would have thought that the opponent would possess such a terrifying beast-type martial soul? In terms of combat power, Tianshan, at level 89, could probably easily defeat Du Gubo, who was once at level 91. Tianshan didn't say much, gave Qin Yuan a satisfied look, and then disappeared from the spot. Mills was already drenched in sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at Qin Yuan with lingering fear, and his eyes no longer held the arrogance they had shown before. It seems that Teacher Qin is still the better teacher. The students from the top class quickly stepped forward and surrounded Qin Yuan. The Soul Master community has always had a strong admiration for the strong. Moreover, given Mills's temperament, one can imagine the atmosphere in the elite class under his leadership over the past 3 years. They finally found a capable and kind teacher, and they don't want to go back to their miserable days. Mills, his beard bristling and eyes wide with anger, said in a fierce but weak voice, "HMPH, you little rascals just need to be taught a lesson. Teacher Chin, I didn't eat breakfast and I'm not in the right state of mind. I will definitely give it my all in the exchange competition and we'll see who wins then." After saying that, he slunk away from the playground without waiting for Qin Yuan's response. This victory meant nothing to Qin Yuan. Of course, this can also be considered a thoroughly enjoyable battle against a higher-level opponent. A soul saint fighting a soul emperor is definitely a case of crossing levels. After a pause, Qin Yuan instructed, "That concludes the practical training session this morning. Go back to the classroom now, and we'll have our theory class later." One move completely subdued this group of troublemakers, making future teaching work much easier. On their way out of the playground, the teachers cast awe-inspiring glances at Qin Yuan. The teacher's previous dissatisfaction and unhappiness vanished, and no one doubted Qin Yuan's suitability for the position anymore. On the way back to the classroom, Xiaoyu deliberately lagged behind and found Qin Yuan, who was at the very back. With a respectful expression, he earnestly said, "Teacher Qin, I would like to become your disciple. Please accept me as your student." Another one seeking apprenticeship. Qin Yuan felt a pang of melancholy. He didn't understand what kind of magic he possessed that made these little guys turn down better options and choose him instead. "Ghost Douluo told me that he would soon accept you as his disciple. Alternatively, you can repeat what you just said to Ghost Douluo, and he will agree. You are a member of the Spirit Hall, and taking a title. Douluo as your master will greatly help your future development. So, don't waste your time on me." Xiaoyu wouldn't give up easily, and hurriedly said, "Teacher Qin, in cultivation, finding the most suitable method for oneself is the most important thing. I think that swordsmanship training is what I need most." Qin Yuan did not object to this statement. In fact, the illusory and real sword technique is most suitable for Xiaoyu. The Moonblade martial soul is light enough and its attacks are swift enough. With the help of the techniques of the illusory and real sword technique, the sword swings are even more dazzling and difficult to control. It is far more suitable for cultivation than the powerful and heavy battle blade martial soul. However, Qin Yuan also had his own cultivation path. If he knew there was no possibility of further breakthroughs, he might patiently and diligently teach his disciples. But now, with the system's help, he was determined to reach the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. In order to receive the reward, I will have to make time to take on more work in the future, so I can't afford to spend more energy on Xiaoyu. But, putting yourself in the teacher's shoes, you would be happy to see students who are eager to learn. Your progress in movement techniques is superior to that of Huliena and Yan. If you can maintain your current rate of progress in movement techniques, I will teach you sword techniques tips separately during the movement techniques course. How much you can learn is up to your own destiny. However, if it delays your training in movement techniques, I will immediately stop the relevant lessons. Of course, this does not require you to become my disciple. I hope you can live up to your own talent." In any case, he would spend an hour every day guiding Huliena and the other two in their movement techniques. During this period, the actual time spent teaching the movement techniques was at most 10 minutes. After that, the three of them practiced and reinforced their skills on their own. He just watched from the side and answered questions as needed. It wouldn't hurt to take some time to teach Xiaoyu swordsmanship. However, it wouldn't be as detailed as when teaching Lei Meng. How much Xiaoyu can grasp will depend on his own abilities. Xiaoyu was filled with excitement and bowed respectfully to Qin Yuan. "Thank you, Teacher Qin. I will not let you down." Chapter 64 The Royal Reward. That evening, at a restaurant in Wuhan City. After Douluo returned to Tiando City, he was entrusted with a mission by the royal family. Since the soul bone was meant for Qin Yuan, as Qin Yuan's good older brother, he didn't mind making an extra trip. Inside the private room, Douluo did not mention the soul bone immediately, but instead inquired about Qin Yuan's recent life. "How's it going? Life at the Spirit Hall Academy isn't easy, is it? The various assessments and the potential competitive pressure are a huge leap compared to the Heaven Do Royal Academy," Douluo joked with a smile. Qin Yuan could indeed feel the atmosphere within the academy. Fortunately, he now has enough trump cards, and his students are very promising, so he doesn't actually feel too much pressure. But after a few years of training in such an environment, even a soul master with relatively mediocre talent can be completely transformed afterward, Qin Yuan added. By the way, you seem to know a lot about the Spirit Hall Academy, bro. Speaking of this, we have to mention some of Douluo's early experiences. Back when he was still a soul saint, he was invited to give lectures at the Spirit Hall Academy. After all, there were very few poison attribute soul masters on the continent, and it was difficult to find relevant teachers. Among the students of that batch at the Spirit Hall Academy, there were more than a dozen poison soul masters. However, the Spirit Hall of that time was very different from what it is today. At that time, if it weren't for the need to travel all over the continent to solve the problem of the Spirit Hall's poison, Douluo would have joined the Spirit Hall long ago. I'm alright, since I'm just a nominal teacher invited by the authorities, so there's no pressure from assessments. However, I've seen quite a few teachers driven crazy by all sorts of assessments. Well, if you're only at the Soul King level, the Spirit Hall Academy is a battlefield where you're easily eliminated. The pressure only lessens once you reach the Soul Emperor level. At the Spirit Hall Academy, many students are at the Soul Master level. A Soul King level teacher would only be a low-ranking instructor. Besides teaching theoretical courses, they also face practical assessments every quarter. If one cannot break through to the Soul Emperor level in the short term, the pressure on them will only increase. Soul Emperor level experts are the backbone of the Spirit Hall Academy. Although they will face pressure in class assessments when they reach this level, they are at least less likely to be expelled from the academy. For a teacher exchange competition, such as the Soul Emperor Teacher Competition, there is only one competition per year. Even so, many teachers still feel exhausted. One can only imagine the immense pressure that teacher Hunwang faces. Qin Yuan was already a soul saint, so he wouldn't have this problem. However, he didn't deliberately show off. After chatting for a while, Douluo took out the soul bone and placed it on the dining table. The aura of the soul bone was exceptionally strong, filling the entire private room the moment it was taken out. Fortunately, Douluo had released a soul power barrier beforehand, preventing outsiders from noticing it. Qin Yuan was astonished. He quickly took out a box from his soul tool and put the soul bone inside to cover its aura. Brother, what do you mean by this? Fire attribute soul bones are unnecessary for Douluo, so Qin Yuan couldn't help but suspect that Douluo had deliberately hunted down powerful members of major families in order to give him soul bones. The origin of the soul bone is unknown, and absorbing it will cause great trouble. Douluo chuckled, picked up his wine cup, drank it all in one gulp, smacked his lips, and then said, "Don't misunderstand, I don't have any extra soul bones. This is a reward from the heavenly Dou royal family to you. When Prince Xuexing entrusted the soul bone to me, he specifically instructed that it be placed in your hands." Meng Xunji did say that he would apply to the royal family for a soul bone reward for Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan did not take it seriously. The Heaven Dou royal family has always been generous in attracting talent, but Qin Yuan did not join the Heaven Dou royal family. Even if he had some merit in leading the team, he shouldn't have received a soul bone reward, right? Douluo didn't seem to care much, and said leisurely, "The royal family didn't impose any conditions on you, so why not take advantage of the situation? Furthermore, the royal family has clearly stated that this is a reward for your past contributions. Do you deny the contributions you have made to the royal fighting team?" Hehe, with the royal fighting team achieving second place, Shui is already beaming with joy, so naturally he'll be quite generous. One thing at a time. Qin Yuan enjoyed high-level treatment at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, and if he were to take the royal family's soul bone again, he would inevitably feel indebted to them. This soul bone is like a meat bun, and the Heavenly Dou royal family took it out as a test. Seeing Qin Yuan still hesitating, Douluo suddenly smiled and said, "Brother, take it. It's just a soul bone, it's nothing to the Heaven Dou royal family." The Heavenly Dou royal family's treasury contains a considerable number of soul bones, but they have never given them away. You are qualified to receive a soul bone reward, and the royal family is eager to increase their investment in you. After a moment's thought, Qin Yuan finally stored the soul bone into his soul tool. "Then take it, Brother Douluo, please give my regards to the royal family." After a pause, Douluo added, "By the way, your student has already left Heaven Dou City and gone to... A few days later, in Nottingham. The convoy entered the city to rest. The guards escorting the convoy were all skilled soldiers, and the faint, menacing aura emanating from them terrified countless passing citizens. My God, what kind of army is this? How can they be so terrifying? Judging by their equipment, they seem to be elite troops from the Imperial Border Army. Why are they coming to Notting City? Notting City is located at the border of the two great empires, Tiando and Xingluo. Although the two empires are at war on their border, they tacitly agree not to attack each other's border cities unless a full-scale war breaks out. Although Nottingham is strategically located, a war of annihilation is unlikely to break out easily when both sides are evenly matched, and Nottingham will not face the threat of war. The entry of border troops into the city inevitably caused some panic. Inside the carriage, Lei Meng lifted the curtain, glanced at the street scene, and asked the driver, "Have we arrived at the city lord's mansion?" Lord Xiao of Nottingham City was once a taxi driver under Lei Zhen. Lei Meng's trip to the border and his arrival in Notting City was not only for rest, but also to inquire about the recent border situation from City Lord Xiao. After all, apart from the urgent dispatch, if the letter were sent through the usual channels, the opportunity to fight would have been missed by the time it reached Tiando City. According to imperial regulations, Lei Meng could not join Lei Zhen's military camp. He could only join other military camps on his own and was not allowed to reveal his true identity. Only in this way can the merits earned through experience be used to judge whether one is eligible to inherit the title. Hearing the coachman's words, Lei Meng jumped off the carriage. "It's just a few steps, I'll walk by myself. It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles, this is a good opportunity to get some exercise." Crowds lined both sides of the street, whispering about the border troops' intentions in entering the city. Among them were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were studying in Notting City. While munching on a carrot, Xiao Wu looked at Lei Meng in front of the convoy and said in surprise, "Third brother, he is also a soul master, and his strength is much greater than ours, at least at the soul sect level. Is this the true prodigy the master spoke of?" Chapter 65 Lei Meng's Trials, Qin Yuan's Dilemma. As a transformed soul beast, Xiao Wu is very sensitive to the aura of soul power. She may no longer be able to distinguish the specific soul power level of a title Douluo as she did before. But Lei Meng was only a soul master, and his soul power aura could not escape her perception. Tang San stared blankly at Lei Meng's retreating figure, lost in thought. Xiao Wu is right. Young people like Lei Meng, who are young and have solid soul power, are the true prodigies of the soul master world. Living in a small town, Tang San's access to outside information came entirely Yu Xiaoging's oral accounts. There are only 3 soul masters in Notting City: the Bishop of the Spirit Hall, the Dean of Notting Academy, and the City Lord. All 3 are elderly, so Lei Meng is so young, his talent is naturally incomparable to theirs. "Third brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu blinked and asked curiously. Tang San clenched his fist tightly, his gaze resolute. Although blue-silver grass is a useless martial soul, he now possesses the strength of a great soul master. Lei Meng is at least 10 years older than him. He is confident that when Lei Meng reaches that age, he will surpass Lei Meng and reach a higher level. With that thought, he loosened his fist and looked at Xiao Wu with a smile. "It's nothing, I'm just a little envious of her." Being the blacksmith's son always made Tang San feel inferior. Previously, the lofty ambitions he had made in his heart were merely a way to compensate for his inferiority complex. Xiao Wu, oblivious to his mood, chimed in, "Third brother, these soldiers are clearly elites in the army, and that young man is probably someone important. Why don't we go and make friends with him?" Lei Meng didn't care what the onlookers were saying. At this moment, officials from the City Lord's mansion ran up and led Lei Meng and his convoy to the City Lord's mansion. During a brief moment of travel, Lei Meng inadvertently turned around and noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu in the crowd. To possess the cultivation of a great soul master at such a young age, he must be a scion of a powerful family traveling here, Lei Meng murmured to himself. He wasn't on a tourist trip, otherwise, he wouldn't mind getting to know Tang San and Xiao Wu. The City Lord's mansion. Upon learning of Lei Meng's arrival, Lord Xiao waited in front of his mansion early in the morning. Lei Meng's whereabouts were kept secret, and when he left Tiando City, he had already removed all identification marks from his body and no longer used the name Lei Meng. Right now, the only people who can prove his identity are probably his bodyguards. Lord Xiao didn't know who Lei Zontian was, but since his surname was Lei, and he came from Tiando City, he must have a powerful background. He dared not be negligent and came to greet him as soon as he learned of the news. Lord Xiao did not make a fuss. After bringing the person into the city lord's mansion, he immediately took him to the reception room to avoid excessive exposure. Lord Xiao, I have long admired your name. I hope you will forgive my abrupt arrival today. Lei Meng cupped his hands in greeting. Nodding City is not too far from Spirit City. During the recent Spirit Master competition, the Xiao family visited Spirit City for a while for their son, Xiao Chanu. Because they lacked connections, the Xiao family couldn't secure seats to watch the matches and only saw the royal fighting team on the street. At that time, he only saw Lei Meng from afar, but he still remembered Lei Meng's back. The man before him, Lei Zontian, claimed to be from Tiando City, but did not specify which family he belonged to. Given City Lord Xiao's understanding of the imperial system of hereditary titles, he had already guessed Lei Meng's identity. He didn't make a fuss or expose him, but went along with it, saying, "Young friend Zontian's strength makes this old fellow feel ashamed. As for the information you want, I don't have it in the short term. If you don't mind, you can stay at my residence. I will send someone to collect it later." Lei Meng waved his hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, City Lord Xiao. However, this matter is not in a hurry. By the way, Lord Xiao, this place is not far from Wuhan City. I have a favor to ask. I hope you can keep an eye on Mr. Qin Yuan's movements for me. If you have any information, please send it to this address." The address provided by Lei Meng was familiar to Lord Xiao. Back when he worked under Lei Zhen would send some private intelligence to a secret Lei family site in Tiando City. Lord Xiao had previously stayed in Martial Seoul City and had heard the rumor that Lei Meng was Qin Yuan's disciple. With multiple pieces of information combined, he was quite certain that Lei Zontian was the young master of the Duke's mansion. "Your request is not difficult. I will have someone keep an eye on it." As he spoke, Lord Xiao stood up and said with a smile, "It's getting late. I've booked a private room in the city. I hope you'll do me the honor of joining me. It just so happens that my good-for-nothing son has also returned. If you don't mind, young friend, I'd like to introduce you to him at the dinner table, would that be all right?" While out and about, Lei Meng became cautious, realizing that his identity had been exposed. Of course, it's not surprising that his statement was full of loopholes and exposed. Since Lord Xiao is so shrewd, he doesn't mind doing him a favor. Spirit Hall Academy. The current year's admissions season has ended, and what follows is an exchange competition among teachers. In fact, everyone at the Spirit Hall Academy faces various assessment pressures. Teachers are no exception, students are no exception, and even the dean has to report on talent cultivation to the Papal Palace every quarter. No registration is required for the exchange competition. Between teachers, teachers with a cultivation level of Soul Emperor or below are automatically invited to participate. Teachers at the Soul Saint level can decide for themselves whether or not to join in the fun. The arena for the exchange competition was set up early this morning. At this moment, the spacious training ground was transformed into an arena, and a soul power barrier was set up around the training ground to prevent the aftershocks of the battle from leaking out. The exchange matches are open to the public, and anyone is welcome to watch. In order not to lose face in front of the students, the teachers put in their best effort and dared not slack off in the slightest. At the same time, this can also be seen as a way to spur the teachers to improve. Teachers' dormitory. Qin Yuan did not rush to the arena, he rested one hand on the soul tool on his wrist. He was torn about whether to absorb the flaming wolf soul bone gifted to him by the heavenly Dou royal family. In the past, he wouldn't have hesitated at all, but things are different now. With the system, he might be rewarded with a 100,000-year-old soul bone in the future. Moreover, with the help of immortal herbs, he might have the opportunity to come into contact with 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the future. If you absorb a soul bone now and let it occupy a part of your body, you will have to give it up when you encounter something better in the future. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the system would provide an increase in the age of his soul bone, but he didn't dare to gamble on it. Absorbing a soul bone can rapidly increase my strength in the short term. However, if a better one comes along in the future, it will be difficult to replace. If I don't absorb it, I can only cultivate steadily and surely, and there are no shortcuts. Qin Yuan definitely didn't want to absorb it. After all, aside from the exchange matches, there were no high-intensity battles or life-threatening dangers in the short term. However, no one could guarantee what each day would bring. In case of a life or death crisis, absorbing a soul bone would provide an extra soul skill, increasing his chances of escape. He struggled with the decision for a long time but could not make up his mind. Chapter 66 Teacher Exchange Competition. Shortly after, there was a knock on the dormitory door, and a hurried voice came from outside. "Teacher Qin, are you there? The exchange competition is about to start, and the dean sent us to urge you." The speakers were Juliana and two others. Qin Yuan simply disliked troublemakers and didn't want to delay the teaching progress because of someone disagreeing with him. Of course, he wouldn't manipulate students' thoughts like Shrek Academy did. Under his tutelage, Juliana and the other two have made great progress in their abilities. In addition, the other students in the elite class have also steadily improved their abilities under Qin Yuan's tutelage. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Yuan put aside his thoughts and resolved to stop agonizing over whether to absorb the soul bone. If he could accept all the Soul Emperor teachers at the academy without pressure, he wouldn't absorb the soul bone. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Juliana excitedly tugged at Qin Yuan's sleeve. "Teacher Qin, hurry up, we're going to be late." The area around the college's main sports field was already packed with students watching the competition. Watching battles between high-level soul masters is of great help to low-level soul masters. Therefore, even when not in class, the students would come to watch the matches. Of course, they also had their own support teachers. Just like the elite class, Sun Xuantao and others were Qin Yuan's supporters. "Teacher Qin is here." With Sun Xuantao's exclamation, the students in the class immediately went to find Qin Yuan. They chattered amongst themselves, sharing gossip about the games and the intelligence they had gathered. Teacher Qin's ability to defeat Teacher Mills means he should be one of the top soul emperors in the academy. However, several deans of students have also come to join in the fun at this year's exchange competition. If Teacher Qin doesn't draw a good lot in the early stages and ends up with one of the deans, it will be difficult for him to achieve a good ranking. Sun Xuantao reported everything one by one. In fact, Qin Yuan has been cultivating and attending classes these days and has no time to care about these gossips. Fortunately, his students take care of these things for him. With the intelligence in hand, the rest of the competition will naturally be much easier. Qin Yuan patted Sun Xuantao on the shoulder and said approvingly, "Well done. In the future, do more intelligence gathering for your teacher. As for the exchange competition, we'll deal with whatever comes our way." Another student from the top class said, "Teacher Mills is a peak soul emperor. If Teacher Qin can defeat him, he will definitely have a chance to challenge a soul saint. After all, this is just an exchange match, and the use of martial soul true body is not allowed. This rule is easy to understand. Some of the larger martial spirits, when they activate their true forms, make the battle extremely crowded, even on the large training ground. Moreover, once a soul master awakens their martial soul true form, their strength undergoes a qualitative change, and the aftershocks of the battle can easily damage the barrier at the edge of the arena, causing unnecessary casualties." After making some inquiries, Qin Yuan arrived at the competition area amidst the urging of the staff. Upon seeing Mills, he immediately asked with a smile, "Mr. Mills, you must have eaten something this morning, right?" Milston appeared cramped. After the sparring session that day, his teacher Bertsu reviewed the game for him. In short, he has no chance of winning against Qin Yuan. Of course, he is quite strong against others, and has a high probability of ranking among the top Soul Emperor teachers. "Your teacher Qin." A thin man walked past Mills and approached him. Director Liu of the logistics department. Qin Yuan smiled, "I didn't expect that you Soul Saint level experts would also come here to participate in the competition." Director Liu gave a forced smile and said coldly, "Teacher Qin, making too many enemies is not a good thing. There are 10 directors participating in the competition this time. Pray that you will be the lucky one. The competition is not divided into rounds and adopts a single elimination format. If a Soul King encounters a Soul Saint, they can only consider themselves unlucky. After all, in the world of soul masters, weakness is the original sin, don't expect others to hold back. Qin Yuan smiled and replied, that makes sense. I wonder which lucky person will be me in line. Upon hearing this, the teacher who was close to Mills immediately shrank back, not daring to look Qin Yuan in the eye. Without the ability to use the martial soul true body, the gap between a soul emperor and a soul saint is no longer as vast as heaven and earth. Some peak soul emperors can indeed defeat soul saints even if they are of a higher level. Qin Yuan, being a soul saint, coupled with his various abilities, would not be outdone. As the deans of the college arrived one after another, the next step was to hold a lottery ceremony. Of course, with so many teachers participating, the stage simply couldn't accommodate everyone if they all came up to draw lots one by one. Therefore, a vice dean was chosen as a representative to draw lots on behalf of everyone. Just like the Soul Master competition, as long as you have enough strength, you can win first place no matter what draw you get. The same applies to this exchange match, there is no room for luck. However, Qin Yuan has inadvertently offended this vice dean. What kind of good fortune can he possibly draw? Round 1, Match 9, Teacher Qin Yuan vs. Teacher Zhao Ming. Round 1, Match 10. The announcement of the lottery results immediately sparked discontent among the top students. What's going on? Why are they putting Teacher Qin in such a tough situation right from the start? This vice dean is probably targeting Teacher Qin on purpose. Juliana muttered under her breath. Not only them, but also some students in Teacher Zhao Ming's class protested. However, to gain a voice within the Spirit Hall Academy, one must possess strength. Without strength, nothing one says matters. Qin Yuan looked at his students, signaling them to relax. The match began soon. While waiting for the match, Qin Yuan chatted casually with the teacher beside him. Teacher Qin, Teacher Zhao Ming and Teacher Mills are roughly equal in strength. It shouldn't be a problem for you. The speaker was a female teacher at the Soul King level. This teacher looked relatively young, around 30 years old. However, his level of expertise was quite high, clearly indicating he was no ordinary teacher. Top students trained by the Spirit Hall can choose to stay at the academy as teachers after graduation, in addition to being sent to lower levels. After all, the Spirit Hall needs talent in all aspects, and it is impossible to allocate all its talent to one place. Qin Yuan nodded and said thank you for letting me know. May I ask who you are? The female teacher smiled and shook hands with him. Just call me Zhao Ya. Teacher Qin, please take care of me in the future. The game was progressing very quickly. The first round of the competition was designed to eliminate those teachers at the Soul King level. Therefore, their opponents are mostly Soul Emperors, or even Soul Saints, making them incomparable. Please invite Teacher Qin Yuan and Teacher Zhao Ming to the arena. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Yuan moved with a light step, floating in midair as if walking on the wind. This immediately sparked a great deal of discussion among many people. What kind of move is this? How can it create the effect of flying through the air? On the podium, the eyes of several vice deans all turned to Tianqian. Tianqian smiled, offering no explanation, but deliberately displaying a hint of smugness on his face, as if to declare to everyone that his judgment was correct. Is this the final form of movement technique? Juliana and the other two looked at each other and smiled bitterly in unison. Given their training progress, it would be difficult for them to run silently in high-intensity combat, so how could they believe Qin Yuan's mastery of movement techniques? Chapter 67 Zhao Ming's twisted mind after being set up. Compared to Qin Yuan's stunning entrance, Teacher Zhao Ming's entrance seemed rather ordinary. The arena, converted from the large playground, covers a vast area, large enough for normal soul emperors to use for competitions. However, in a large arena, the importance of movement techniques is amplified, making it easy to dodge the opponent's soul skills. Even before the competition started, Zhao Ming looked solemn. He was young, but he was already a peak soul emperor. He was probably a talent cultivated by the Spirit Hall, just like Zhao Ya. However, this guy's brain seems to be a little out of sorts. Teacher Qin, we are both prodigies nurtured by the academy, so we should be even more careful in choosing our partners. More than 20 years ago, when we were at the Spirit Hall Junior Soul Master Academy, I met Teacher Zhao Ya. We were childhood sweethearts. As an outsider, you shouldn't interfere in other people's relationships. Qin Yuan felt completely bewildered. It goes without saying that Zhao Ming is likely still in the pursuit stage. Although Qin Yuan had just met Zhao Ya, he could sense that she was an independent and strong-willed person. How could she possibly marry someone as possessive as Zhao Ming? Yan has the same problem. He only knows how to fawn over and possess, and doesn't consider Hu Lian's feelings at all. Qin Yuan suddenly smiled and waved his hand. Say what you want, but we have to finish this match first. Zhao Ming's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. In his view, Qin Yuan's failure to give a clear answer meant he was trying to poach his man. No wonder, both being peak soul emperors in their 30s, his treatment is far inferior to Qin Yuan's. With that kind of emotional intelligence, who would dare to give him an important position? The match began with Zhao Ming launching the first attack. His martial spirit is the Cloud Dragon Spear, a highly aggressive weapon martial spirit. There is also a certain degree of restraint between weapon spirits. On the battlefield, an ordinary soldier wielding a spear is enough to deal with several ordinary soldiers wielding swords. In close combat, every inch of length matters. Unless you're a soul master, a single sword can never break a spear. Although Zhao Ming is not very bright, his tactical approach is quite mature. Relying on the length of his martial spirit, he suppressed Qin Yuan in close combat. The spearhead of Yunlong kept stabbing towards Qin Yuan's vital points, and Qin Yuan could only passively defend himself by wielding his flaming battle blade. Zhao Ming wielded the Cloud Dragon Spear with great speed and skill, repeatedly creating sonic booms with the spearhead. Using the momentum, he delivered powerful blows that made it difficult for Qin Yuan to break through. Fortunately, the arena was large enough that Qin Yuan could quickly create distance between himself and his opponent by relying on his movement skills, and use his sword energy to exert mid-range pressure. In fact, the advantage-disadvantage relationship between martial souls becomes useless after breaking through to the Soul Saint level. After all, at this stage, to kill an opponent of the same level, what is needed is a clash of soul skills, not a suppression of martial souls. Of course, this theory does not apply to Beast Soul Masters. For Beast Soul Masters, the higher their soul power level, the stronger their bloodline and the stronger their suppressive power. Fifth soul skill, Sharp Spear. Zhao Ming raised his spear in one hand and threw it, aiming it at Qin Yuan's position, and threw it with all his might. The Cloud Dragon Spear sliced through the air, aiming straight for Qin Yuan's vitals. Its projectile speed was extremely fast, like a shooting star. Qin Yuan chuckled and said, "That's enough." He didn't need to care whether the Cloud Dragon Spear attacked him or not. Even if it was a locked soul skill, it wouldn't matter. He was incredibly fast, practically walking on air, and arrived in front of Zhao Ming in the blink of an eye. His flaming battle blade was pressed against the opponent's neck, ending the battle. Only after the referee's announcement did Zhao Ming belatedly realize what was happening. However, he had no intention of retracting the soul skill he had already unleashed, allowing the Cloud Dragon Spear to strike Qin Yuan's back. Clang tilde. A metallic clang echoed across the arena as Yunlong's bullet flew out and landed on the open ground to the side. Qin Yuan stood upright, holding his knife, completely unaffected. What a fast knife! Tianqian, who was about to make a rescue, stopped in his tracks, amazed. The martial spirit of the battle blade is very profound, and it is almost impossible for a fast blade to possess it, but Qin Yuan managed to do so. Moreover, after the battle ended, Qin Yuan did not lose his vigilance and blocked the counterattack. Tianqian was dissatisfied with Zhao Ming's behavior, but the other party's performance clearly showed that he had not recovered and could easily exonerate himself, making it impossible to hold him accountable. Fortunately, having witnessed Qin Yuan's vigilance, he was too excited to argue with Zhao Ming any further. How is this possible? Zhao Ming took a few steps back, stumbled, and almost fell. Qin Yuan glanced at him and said indifferently, "You know how threatening movement techniques are, yet you still dared to let your martial spirit slip through your fingers. That's your mistake. Focus on your cultivation and stop thinking about those unnecessary things." The blame lies with Zhao Ming for not cultivating a similar state of mind to sword energy, relying mainly on close combat, and having no way to deal with mid to long range battles. "You dare to lecture me? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Ming suddenly raised his head and glared fiercely at the other party. Qin Yuan ignored him and walked off the stage. With his hands behind his back, Immediately, the voices of the teachers and students who gathered around were filled with discussion. That's it, Teacher Zhao strength is on par with Mills. Mills didn't eat breakfast, yet he was able to fight Teacher Qin for a long time. How could Zhao lose so quickly? Do you think Teacher Zhao strength has declined? Or did Teacher Qin hide his strength during the previous sparring session? When they learned of Qin Yuan's record against Mills, some teachers who hadn't watched the match didn't approve of Qin Yuan's performance. But now, with everyone watching, Qin Yuan has demonstrated his formidable strength. Who would dare question him now? Congratulations, Teacher Qin. Back in the rest area, Zhao Ya immediately offered her congratulations. Qin Yuan smiled and replied, then asked, Teacher Zhao Ya didn't participate. Zhao Ya shook her head slightly. She is a theory teacher and a support-type soul master. How can she participate in a battle between combat soul masters? Far away, seeing Qin Yuan and Zhao Ya chatting so enthusiastically, Zhao Ming clenched his fist, his fingertips digging into his palm, blood dripping down, but he felt no pain. Qin Yuan, Zhao Ya. You two adulterers, just you wait. Zhao Ming's face was full of malice and madness. He was convinced that Qin Yuan was trying to steal his girlfriend. He was still deeply troubled by the recent defeat. Zhao Ming didn't believe he was defeated due to a difference in strength. Instead, he concluded that Qin Yuan had deliberately cheated and toyed with him during the battle. If they had fought head-on, he could have easily overpowered Qin Yuan. But he had already lost, and the next match was out of his reach. After that, Zhao Ming never appeared at the exchange competition again, and no one knew where he went. Even the academic affairs office couldn't find him. The first round of the exchange competition ended in the afternoon. After a long recovery period, and with the competition being less intense, the second round of matches followed immediately. In the second round of the draw, Qin Yuan was ranked first. He seemed to have a grudge against the vice dean who drew the lots, and his opponent in this round was actually a soul saint. Moreover, he was Mills's teacher, Bertsu. If Qin Yuan weren't so confident in his own abilities, he would have protested long ago. There's no such thing as a coincidence in the world, it's clearly a setup. Chapter 68 I don't want to waste my soul power. No breakfast 2.0. From his high seat, Tianqian saw all the underhanded things his subordinates were doing. He snorted coldly, tapping his fingers on the table, and said, if we draw lots like this and Teacher Qin sweeps us all the way through, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing? The vice dean standing to the side said indifferently, challenging a soul saint beyond one's level is not so easy. Dean, you shouldn't have too high hopes, lest you be disappointed afterward. Those who can serve as vice deans at the Spirit Hall Academy all have powerful connections. If the academy hadn't suffered a devastating blow, Tianqian wouldn't have been able to expel them. However, Qin Yuan is a talent he values, and he should protect him. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. How many of you old guys can break through to the title Douluo level? In the future, when Teacher Qin breaks through to the title Douluo level, he will come after you. Don't blame me for not warning you. The vice deans were unimpressed. Just a somewhat arrogant genius. How easy is it to break through to the title Douluo level? Dean, stop trying to lecture us. Let's watch the competition first. Taking advantage of her status as Bibi Dong's disciple, Juliana stormed into the teacher's rest area. She grabbed Qin Yuan's arm and said angrily, Teacher Qin, they're deliberately targeting you. I'll take you to see a teacher, and the teacher will seek justice for you. Qin Yuan shook his head and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to let go. Juliana is too naive now. She may win on the court, but she can't win off the court at all. The Spirit Hall Academy is a cradle of talent, and both the Hall of Offerings and the Papal Hall are trying their best to win it over. For Bibi Dong to make trouble for a vice dean, it would be absolutely impossible unless Qin Yuan revealed his 7th spirit ring and explicitly joined Bibi Dong's ranks. Juliana's reckless behavior will only earn her a scolding if she goes to Bibi Dong. Moreover, Qin Yuan is the most insidious 6th man in this competition. He is a soul saint level expert but has not publicly revealed his strength. In terms of intelligence, he is already ahead of all the participating teachers. Bertsu is indeed a veteran soul saint, but he is getting old. Without activating his martial soul true body, how much of his strength can he still exert? Besides, having broken through such encirclement and suppression, who would dare to question him in the future? If Qin Yuan hadn't been unaware of the vice dean who drew the lots, he would have even thanked the other party for their divine assistance. Juliana, go and rest. I told you, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. It's all right. Juliana wanted to say more, but was stopped by the other teachers and could only watch helplessly as Qin Yuan walked towards the ring. On the arena, Bertsu smiled kindly and casually asked, Teacher Qin, why didn't you use your movement technique to make your entrance this time? Qin Yuan chuckled and replied, Director, you're joking. I was just trying to show off in front of others. There's no need to keep using it. Bertsu maintained his usual smile and said nonchalantly, Mills is my student. You beat him up so badly that he's starting to doubt the existence of a problem with his cultivation framework. Qin Yuan smiled faintly and asked in return, so, the director wants to avenge his disciple? Bertsu shook his head, his expression gradually becoming solemn, there's no need. He's not a child, he needs to take responsibility for his actions. Without the martial soul true body, frankly, I'm not necessarily your match. Come on, let me see your true strength. Their conversation was completely drowned out by the chatter of the teachers and students, no one outside the room could hear it. Seeing that both sides were ready to fight, the referee immediately announced the start of the match. Qin Yuan didn't want to reveal his strength, so relying on his sharp reflexes, he released the killing god domain the moment the match started. A chilling aura and a brutal killing intent spread rapidly, enveloping Bertsu within them. Caught completely off guard, Bertsu fell into the trap. After all, they are elderly people, how can their reaction speed compare to that of young people? By the time he regained his senses, Qin Yuan had already closed in. The blazing battle blade released a scorching heat wave, which combined with the cold air in the god of slaughter domain. The contrast of hot and cold intertwined on both sides of Bertsu's body, causing his condition to rapidly decline. Before Bertsu could even activate his martial spirit, the fiery blade was already at his neck. According to the competition rules, the outcome of the match is determined when a sharp weapon is pressed against a vital area. The killing god domain appeared for only a moment before quickly dissipating. Apart from the deans on the podium, the other teachers and students didn't even see it clearly. All they knew was that Bertsu hadn't even activated his martial spirit, and was just standing there dumbfounded, thus losing the match. Qin Yuan smiled and explained, I'm sorry, Director, the upcoming schedule is very tight, and I don't want to waste my soul power. Bertsu had a big smile on his face. A loss is a loss. A director of this rank wouldn't renege on his debt. However, he lost in a very dishonorable way, and he was somewhat embarrassed. Qin Yuan smiled and came up with an excuse for him, Director, did you skip breakfast? Did that affect your performance? Bertsu was so embarrassed he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's reason, Director Bertsu had no time to consider anything else and immediately agreed, I'm getting old, and I haven't had breakfast, so I feel unwell all day. Teacher Qin, you are the future of the college, keep it up, I believe in you in the upcoming competition. After saying that, he quickly stepped off the stage and disappeared into the vast crowd. The teachers looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend how a department head could lose so quickly. Does skipping breakfast really have that much of an impact? I remember Mr. Mills said something similar before. Perhaps it's due to the special constitution of the master and his disciple. That's not right. It's afternoon now. Even if you haven't had breakfast, you should have had lunch by now. What could possibly be the problem? Yes, I saw Director Bertsu eating 2 big bowls of rice in the cafeteria this morning. How could he not have eaten breakfast? Regardless of the discussions among teachers and students, the competition is over. In order to keep up with the schedule, the next match started immediately, and the teachers and students were soon overwhelmed by a sea of information and no longer paid attention to the match between Bertsu and Qin Yuan. On the podium, Tianqian hummed a little tune, looking at the vice deans with a half-smile. Qin Yuan's tactics were correct. Knowing that it would be difficult to challenge someone of a higher level, he relied on the sharp reflexes of a young man to take down his opponent before he could make a move. There's no such thing as deceit or trickery in a competition, a good tactic is one that wins. The vice dean in charge of the lottery had a slightly somber look in his eyes. They thought Qin Yuan would fall at this hurdle, and that he would use this opportunity to launch an attack on Tianqian and seize some of the power within the academy. Now look what happened. They tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead. A win is a win, the process doesn't matter. Among the participating directors, Bertsu's strength was enough to rank him among the top. However, he had no chance to make a move and could not see through Qin Yuan's abilities. If Qin Yuan is assigned a soul saint in the next round, and he still wins, then no amount of targeting will be effective. He will then have to consider repairing his relationship with Qin Yuan afterwards. In order to avoid bleeding himself, the vice dean decided to carefully select candidates and make sure to keep Qin Yuan out of the top 10. Chapter 69 Zhaoming is gone. The first day of the exchange competition quickly came to a close. The exchange competition wasn't really about determining a winner, only the top 10 were chosen from over 100 teachers, and there were no further competitions. After all, there were many contestants, and their abilities varied greatly. To truly determine a champion and runner-up, the higher one's soul power level, the easier it would be to win. The 10 who were not eliminated were then ranked by the deans based on their performance on the field. If soul emperors and soul saints are competing for the same ranking, then as long as the soul emperor does not make any major mistakes in the previous competitions, his ranking will generally be higher than that of the soul saint. Of course, if a soul king makes it into the top 10, they can generally expect to get a good ranking and rewards. After the second round of competition, only 30 people remain. 2 more rounds of competition will be held tomorrow, after which the exchange tournament will be over. That evening, Qin Yuan was handling his work in his study. After a day of competition, he made a decision to postpone absorbing the fiery wolf's soul bone. In fact, the teachers at Spirit Hall Academy are indeed of a slightly higher caliber than those at other high-level Spirit Master Academies, even surpassing those at Heaven Do Royal Academy, but they aren't as formidable as he imagined. He could roughly judge this by personally witnessing 2 matches and observing from the sidelines. It's no wonder that the Soul Master community categorizes Soul Masters by their background, such as academics, liberals, and so on. Qin Yuan is a typical example of a free spirit. By fighting his way through the world of Soul Masters, he can learn a great deal of combat experience. The academic faction, on the other hand, has the lowest individual combat strength among all the factions. After all, those in the academy do not have to face the dangers of the Soul Master world and have little relevant combat experience. When they encounter a powerful expert like Qin Yuan who is good at fighting, there is a big difference in their mentality. However, because of their stable lives and ample time for cultivation, those from academia have access to the most cultivation resources and related theories. In terms of the quality and foundation of their soul power, no one can compare to the experts from academia. However, Qin Yuan also possessed all of these foundations. He was a liberal by origin, but he worked at the academy and had previously obtained a large number of theoretical books from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In terms of knowledge reserves, Qin Yuan has now surpassed all the teachers below the Soul Saint level at the Spirit Hall Academy. The next morning, Qin Yuan arrived at the competition venue early. Whether he's being targeted or just having bad luck, he doesn't need to care. Today's schedule is not as tight as yesterday's, so the start time is set for the end of Chenxi, 7 to 9 a.m. Oh, Teacher Qin is here so early. Tianqian also arrived at the venue early. Although he is the dean, he never makes a grand entrance, he always arrives at the scene early to investigate potential hazards. After the start of the school year, Tianqian was very busy with work and had almost no time to talk to Qin Yuan alone. Before the competition started, he pulled Qin Yuan aside for a private chat. Professor Qin, the previous project has just ended, and the next project will begin in 3 days. Please remember to attend the seminar. He paused for a moment, then asked, Teacher Qin is a veteran in the Soul Master world. What are your thoughts on the Clear Sky sect? When Qin Yuan first transmigrated, countless people on the continent regarded the Haoshan twin stars as role models for cultivation, and the entire Soul Master world greatly admired the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. However, from today's perspective, the title of Haoshan twin stars can be considered the last glory of the Haoshan sect. Relying on Tang Chen's influence, the Clear Sky sect has wreaked havoc on various forces in the Soul Master world, causing countless people to dare to be angry but dare not speak out. However, at that time, Qin Yuan had no direct interests with the Haoshan sect, so he was minimally affected. After he went out on his own, the Clear Sky sect was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall, and they had no further contact with him. Dean, why are you asking these questions? Qin Yuan asked, somewhat curious. What is the connection between researching Soul Master theory and the Clear Sky sect? Could it be that the next research topic is related to the Hammer Martial Soul? Tianqian sighed and shook his head. Teacher Qin misunderstands. The next topic is the Haoshan sect's chaotic cloak, hammer technique. Back then, when the Spirit Hall attacked the Clear Sky sect, they not only forced them into seclusion, but also took the opportunity to plunder a large number of cultivation techniques and resources from the Clear Sky sect's treasury. Among them, the chaotic cloak hammer technique is a highly distinctive technique of the Clear Sky sect. Back then, when the Spirit Hall first obtained the technique, it organized scholars to study it. Unfortunately, apart from hammer-type spirit souls, this technique seems to be unsuitable for other spirit souls. However, this technique of layered attacks, when pushed to its limit, is enough to make one invincible at any level below the Soul Saint realm. The Spirit Hall wouldn't easily abandon such an excellent technique, and from time to time organized scholars to disassemble and study it. It's a pity that so many years have passed without any results, to the point that today, the Spirit Hall no longer harbors any illusions and has initiated related research projects much less frequently. Dean, I don't have the ability to dismantle the chaotic cloak hammer technique. You overestimate me. Tianqian pressed his hand down and patted Qin Yuan's shoulder lightly, explaining, it's just routine research, to deal with the work from above. Don't put too much pressure on Teacher Qin. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Teacher Qin, what did you say to Teacher Zhaoming on the stage yesterday? Teacher Zhaoming hasn't shown up since yesterday afternoon. The college sent people to look for him. His things were still in the dormitory, but the gatekeeper didn't see him leave the college. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. Zhaoming is a teacher, and he's not young anymore, so why is he still so impulsive? I may have been a bit harsh, and perhaps Teacher Zhaoming couldn't accept it and went out to clear his head. Tianqian's face darkened, and he exhaled a breath of stale air, muttering, this is outrageous. He's supposed to be a teacher, and after working at the academy for so long, he hasn't made any progress at all. Never mind him. Teacher Qin, focus on today's competition. Some people are unhappy with your treatment and will try to cause you trouble. Don't fall into their trap. As the dean, Tianqian's primary responsibility is to unite everyone in the academy. Although they made some harsh remarks in front of several vice deans yesterday, they did not reveal their identities to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan simply chuckled at this. If he can demonstrate his absolute strength and win this exchange match, no one will bother him in the future. With Chrysanthemum Douluo's protection, forces outside the academy cannot affect him. I didn't expect my opponent to be you. On the stage, Qin Yuan looked at the person in front of him with a smile. The other party was none other than the leader of the think tank from Shenfang Academy who had accompanied the team on the expedition, and possessed the strength of a soul saint. Zhou Yun chuckled dryly and explained, Teacher Qin. Everyone has their own ambitions. I couldn't refuse the price offered by the Spirit Hall Academy. Of course, I only joined the Spirit Hall Academy after being eliminated from the Divine Wind Academy, and I stood firm in my last post at the Divine Wind Academy. Qin Yuan shook his head, showing no intention of holding him accountable. Director Zhou doesn't need to explain anything to me. You've found a better place to stay, and I imagine Shenfang Academy will be happy about that. Chapter 70. Gold will always shine. The first day of the exchange competition quickly came to a close. The exchange competition wasn't really about determining a winner, only the top 10 were chosen from over 100 teachers, and there were no further competitions. After all, there were many contestants, and their abilities varied greatly. To truly determine a champion and runner-up, the higher one's soul power level, the easier it would be to win. The 10 who were not eliminated were then ranked by the deans based on their performance on the field. If soul emperors and soul saints are competing for the same ranking, then as long as the Soul Emperor does not make any major mistakes in the previous competitions, his ranking will generally be higher than that of the Soul Saint. Of course, if a Soul King makes it into the top 10, they can generally expect to get a good ranking and rewards. After the second round of competition, only 30 people remain. 2 more rounds of competition will be held tomorrow, after which the exchange tournament will be over. That evening, Qin Yuan was handling his work in his study. After a day of competition, he made a decision to postpone absorbing the fiery wolf soul bone. In fact, the teachers at Spirit Hall Academy are indeed of a slightly higher caliber than those at other high-level Spirit Master Academies, even surpassing those at Heaven Do Royal Academy, but they aren't as formidable as he imagined. He could roughly judge this by personally witnessing 2 matches and observing from the sidelines. It's no wonder that the Soul Master community categorizes Soul Masters by their background, such as academics, liberals, and so on. Qin Yuan is a typical example of a free spirit. By fighting his way through the world of Soul Masters, he can learn a great deal of combat experience. The academic faction, on the other hand, has the lowest individual combat strength among all the factions. After all, those in the academy do not have to face the dangers of the Soul Master world and have little relevant combat experience. When they encounter a powerful expert like Qin Yuan who is good at fighting, there is a big difference in their mentality. However, because of their stable lives and ample time for cultivation, those from academia have access to the most cultivation resources and related theories. In terms of the quality and foundation of their soul power, no one can compare to the experts from academia. However, Qin Yuan also possessed all of these foundations. He was a liberal by origin, but he worked at the academy and had previously obtained a large number of theoretical books from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In terms of knowledge reserves, Qin Yuan has now surpassed all the teachers below the Soul Saint level at the Spirit Hall Academy. The next morning, Qin Yuan arrived at the competition venue early. Whether he's being targeted or just having bad luck, he doesn't need to care. Today's schedule is not as tight as yesterday's, so the start time is set for the end of Chenxi, 7 to 9 a.m. Oh, Teacher Qin is here so early. Tianqian also arrived at the venue early. Although he is the dean, he never makes a grand entrance, he always arrives at the scene early to investigate potential hazards. After the start of the school year, Tianqian was very busy with work and had almost no time to talk to Qin Yuan alone. Before the competition started, he pulled Qin Yuan aside for a private chat. Professor Qin, the previous project has just ended, and the next project will begin in 3 days. Please remember to attend the seminar. He paused for a moment, then asked, Teacher Qin is a veteran in the Soul Master world. What are your thoughts on the Clear Sky sect? When Qin Yuan first transmigrated, countless people on the continent regarded the Haoshan twin stars as role models for cultivation, and the entire Soul Master world greatly admired the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. However, from today's perspective, the title of Haoshan twin stars can be considered the last glory of the Haoshan sect. Relying on Tang Chen's influence, the Clear Sky sect has wreaked havoc on various forces in the Soul Master world, causing countless people to dare to be angry but dare not speak out. However, at that time, Qin Yuan had no direct interests with the Haoshan sect, so he was minimally affected. After he went out on his own, the Clear Sky sect was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall, and they had no further contact with him. Dean, why are you asking these questions? Qin Yuan asked, somewhat curious. What is the connection between researching Soul Master theory and the Clear Sky sect? Could it be that the next research topic is related to the Hammer Martial Soul? Tianqian sighed and shook his head. Teacher Qin misunderstands. The next topic is the Haoshan sect's chaotic cloak, hammer technique. Back then, when the Spirit Hall attacked the Clear Sky sect, they not only forced them into seclusion, but also took the opportunity to plunder a large number of cultivation techniques and resources from the Clear Sky sect's treasury. Among them, the chaotic cloak hammer technique is a highly distinctive technique of the Clear Sky sect. Back then, when the Spirit Hall first obtained the technique, it organized scholars to study it. Unfortunately, apart from hammer-type spirit souls, this technique seems to be unsuitable for other spirit souls. However, this technique of layered attacks, when pushed to its limit, is enough to make one invincible at any level below the Soul Saint realm. The Spirit Hall wouldn't easily abandon such an excellent technique, and from time to time organized scholars to disassemble and study it. It's a pity that so many years have passed without any results, to the point that today, the Spirit Hall no longer harbors any illusions and has initiated related research projects much less frequently. Dean, I don't have the ability to dismantle the chaotic cloak hammer technique. You overestimate me. Tianqian pressed his hand down and patted Qin Yuan's shoulder lightly, explaining, it's just routine research to deal with the work from above. Don't put too much pressure on Teacher Qin. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Teacher Qin, what did you say to Teacher Zhaoming on the stage yesterday? Teacher Zhaoming hasn't shown up since yesterday afternoon. The college sent people to look for him. His things were still in the dormitory, but the gatekeeper didn't see him leave the college. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. Zhaoming is a teacher, and he's not young anymore, so why is he still so impulsive? I may have been a bit harsh, and perhaps Teacher Zhaoming couldn't accept it and went out to clear his head. Tianqian's face darkened, and he exhaled a breath of stale air, muttering, this is outrageous. He's supposed to be a teacher, and after working at the academy for so long, he hasn't made any progress at all. Never mind him. Teacher Qin, focus on today's competition. Some people are unhappy with your treatment and will try to cause you trouble. Don't fall into their trap. As the dean, Tianqian's primary responsibility is to unite everyone in the academy. Although they made some harsh remarks in front of several vice deans yesterday, they did not reveal their identities to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan simply chuckled at this. If he can demonstrate his absolute strength and win this exchange match, no one will bother him in the future. With Chrysanthemum Douluo's protection, forces outside the academy cannot affect him. I didn't expect my opponent to be you. On the stage, Qin Yuan looked at the person in front of him with a smile. The other party was none other than the leader of the think tank from Shenfang Academy who had accompanied the team on the expedition, and possessed the strength of a soul saint. Zhou Yun chuckled dryly and explained, Teacher Qin. Everyone has their own ambitions. I couldn't refuse the price offered by the Spirit Hall Academy. Of course, I only joined the Spirit Hall Academy after being eliminated from the Divine Wind Academy, and I stood firm in my last post at the Divine Wind Academy. Qin Yuan shook his head, showing no intention of holding him accountable. Director Zhou doesn't need to explain anything to me. You've found a better place to stay, and I imagine Shenfang Academy will be happy about that. Chapter 71 Rumors spread like wildfire. Are you sure you're not joking? Sun Xuantao's words were too shocking, and Qin Yuan had to deal with them with caution. Sun Xuantao looked around, lowered his voice, and said, Teacher Qin, I have no reason to lie to you. The students in Teacher Zhaoming's class are all talking about it. Their class isn't a freshman class, they'll be graduating next year. Teacher Zhaoming has been with them for so long, the students must know his fighting methods and styles. This morning, the students in their class saw the city guard's body with their own eyes. The wounds were definitely caused by Teacher Zhaoming. I don't know what Teacher Zhaoming was thinking, that he would take the initiative to attack the patrol team. I'm afraid this matter will not be resolved so easily. The message Sun Xuantao was referring to was that a patrol squad of the city guards was attacked and wiped out last night. The Spirit Hall did not discover the crime scene immediately. It was not until the city gates opened this morning that the bodies of the patrolmen were discovered by the crowds entering and leaving the city. Wuhan City is the most heavily guarded city on the continent. With such a major oversight, the news would naturally be suppressed, and apart from eyewitnesses, almost no outsiders knew about it. Meanwhile, one of Zhaoming's students happened to be visiting his family when he returned and discovered the patrol team's bodies. Afterwards, due to a gag order, the news only circulated within a small circle within the Spirit Hall Academy, and the outside world was unaware of it. This morning, the dean inquired about Zhaoming's situation from Qin Yuan, presumably unaware of the matter. Of course, it would be too arbitrary to conclude that Zhaoming was responsible based solely on the wounds. After all, it cannot be ruled out that someone might deliberately imitate it, or even that the same type of martial soul could cause the same wound. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuan took out several pieces of wood from his soul tool and handed them to Sun Xuantao for identification. Take a look, which of these knife marks is mine? Sun Xuantao and the others hadn't known Qin Yuan for long, but they recognized him at a glance. The reason is simple. Teacher Qin, your knife skills are of a very high level. The knife marks are neat, and the force used in each cut is even. That's easy to recognize. As for the rest, I can't see anything else. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly. You've only guessed. Any master swordsman would still think it was me. The other sword marks were left by me for teaching purposes, to break down sword techniques. Therefore, judging who did it based solely on the wound is utter nonsense. Don't say such things carelessly. Go back and warn the students in their class not to cause trouble for their teacher. Zhaoming is petty to begin with, and he's been gossiping about him behind his back, trying to squeeze him out of the Spirit Hall Academy completely. Qin Yuan has just arrived at the academy and is already in the enemy's hands. If he does this, what will others think? It will inevitably cause him endless trouble in the future. Sun Xuantao scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and dared not show off his knowledge any further. In the subsequent competitions, because the vice deans changed their attitudes, Qin Yuan was not under much pressure and eventually made it into the top 10. According to the college's regulations, the final rankings are determined by several deans. Qin Yuan's potential changed the attitude of several vice deans. He faced no obstacles in the rankings, achieved first place, and received a large amount of cultivation resources and other rewards. Of course, even if Qin Yuan reveals his soul saint cultivation level, the first place will still be his. Not only did he make no mistakes in every game, but he also won cleanly and decisively, making him far superior to other teachers. It is worth mentioning that Director Liu of the logistics department and another director have always been at odds. The two fought fiercely on the stage, both activating their martial soul true forms, and were ultimately eliminated. With the exchange competition coming to a close, the pressure on Qin Yuan eased considerably. In the world of soul masters, might makes right. His fists are strong enough that others will only respect him more, which can be considered a solution to the current troubles. In the following days, the academy continued to search for teacher Zhaoming, but to no avail. As for the rumors circulating wildly within the academy, Tianqian eventually overheard them. 2 days after the exchange competition ended, Qin Yuan and Tian Chen arrived at the city guard headquarters early in the morning. Recently, only Qin Yuan has fought with Zhaoming, so if the wound was indeed caused by Zhaoming, he is the most qualified to speak on the matter. The body was placed in the basement and cryogenically preserved by an ice attribute soul master. According to the rules of the Spirit Hall, the body would only be buried after the murderer was caught. Dean Tianqian, Teacher Qin, the rest is up to you. Please feel free to ask if you need anything. After giving his instructions, the city guard commander hurriedly left. The violence around Spirit City was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Spirit Hall. As the commander, he was frequently questioned by the higher-ups. To avoid being disturbed, only Qin Yuan and Tian Chen remained in the room. Tianqian gently patted Qin Yuan's shoulder and softly reminded him, "Don't feel any pressure. The exchange competition is organized by the academy. If Zhaoming lost to you, it's because he wasn't strong enough. Even if he did something wrong afterward, it has nothing to do with you." Qin Yuan sighed softly. The result of a match led someone to do something wrong. Although it wasn't Qin Yuan who did it, it still implicated innocent people. After calming himself down, Qin Yuan looked at the 5 corpses in front of him. All 5 bodies had open wounds on their chests, which appeared to be fatal. In his previous life, Qin Yuan had learned some medical knowledge online, and in this life he had experienced dissecting the corpses of soul beasts, so he decided to perform an autopsy to carefully investigate the situation. Sometimes, what appears to be a fatal wound may not be the real one. There are cases of people being forced to jump from buildings after death. Dean Tianqian had little expertise in this area and could only assist him, while also carefully examining the corpse's surface for any other injuries as Qin Yuan had instructed. About half an hour later, Qin Yuan summoned the commander of the city guards and inquired about the situation on the ground. The commander answered each question. "I have been to the scene and marked it with a photographic stone. No bloodstains were found at the scene, but perhaps a small amount of bloodstains went unnoticed. What's strange is that I sent people to search the area, but they didn't find any signs of a fight. Even if the murderer moved the scene, they would have left some clues, but they didn't. We haven't found anything so far. I also asked the law enforcement team, but they didn't find anything either." Qin Yuan nodded seriously, then gestured for the other party to leave. He leaned against the doorway, tilted his head back, rubbed his eyes, and said, "The wound on the chest was indeed inflicted by Zhaoming. His marksmanship is extremely aggressive and powerful, even more so than the other teachers in the academy. Of course, it's more likely to be him, but we can't rule out that it was done by someone else. But one thing is certain, the chest wound was not fatal. It may have just been caused by someone venting their anger on the corpse. Tianqian countered, you mean, Zhao Ming stumbled upon a corpse while strolling outside the city that night, and deliberately attacked it to vent his anger? Upon receiving an affirmative answer, his expression darkened. I've examined the wounds. They were most likely inflicted shortly after death. The timing is too tight. The murderer may not have left yet. The noise Zhao Ming made while venting his anger on the corpse could have attracted the murderer's attention, leading to his death. Chapter 72 Dismantling the Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Tianqian's guess has some possibility, but Qin Yuan thinks it's unlikely. If the murderer killed someone and didn't take the body, why would they take Zhao Ming's body and leave the patrol team's bodies behind? This doesn't make any sense. Besides, the patrol team is quite strong. It's composed of soul kings and soul masters. If Zhao Ming committed the crime, he wouldn't have been able to kill 5 people in such a short time, especially since the chest wounds were definitely inflicted one by one. In that time, the other patrol members would have already issued a warning. Tianqian nodded seriously. Zhao Ming knows nothing about pharmacology and has no mental abilities. In that case, we can indeed rule out him as the suspect. Then, he asked with a puzzled look, by the way, Teacher Qin, how can you be sure that the chest wound isn't fatal? He had just made a guess based on Qin Yuan's conclusion, but had not asked how the result was arrived at. With Qin Yuan's mediocre skills, he wouldn't have been able to spot the flaws if they weren't so obvious. Qin Yuan picked up Tianqian's right hand, placed his fingers on the line connecting the right side of his jaw and neck, and pressed inward forcefully. This is a pulse, is there a problem? Tianqian asked again. Qin Yuan pointed to several corpses. There was blood on the neck of each corpse, and the chest wounds were pale white. Even after cutting them open, the inside of the chest wounds was still pale white, indicating that the blood in the corpses had been drained. Tianqian immediately understood. If the pulse point is injured, the bleeding can't be stopped. But there's not much blood on their clothes. Damn it, why did Zhao Ming have to vent his anger on the corpses, making us miss such an obvious detail? His blood was definitely from someone else, the chest wound misled us. Some rare soul beasts do indeed drink blood, but a group of soul beasts must be the only ones that can prevent the patrol team from issuing a warning. There are no primeval forests around the spirit hall, so where did the spirit beasts come from? Even if a group of soul beasts approaches, how could the experts of the spirit hall not detect them? Therefore, it must be man-made. The identity of a soul master who needs to cultivate with blood is obvious. As for Zhao Ming, he was a genius soul master with extremely high cultivation. It's possible that even his corpse was absorbed. Tianqian immediately became alert and arranged for Qin Yuan to return to the academy first, while he rushed to the papal palace to report. Back to the academy. Qin Yuan didn't say it outright just now because he guessed it might be the work of an evil soul master. In the Douluo continent today, there is actually no widespread concept of evil soul masters. Those soul masters who cultivate through evil means are simply referred to as fallen ones. Because of the existence of the spirit hall, the common people on the mainland are so well protected that they have no such concerns. 10,000 years from now, even awakening a martial soul will cost money, and evil spirit masters will have to call you, sir. In the current environment of the mainland, how could evil spirit masters dare to cause trouble? They'd be hiding in the mountains, trembling with fear. These are not things Qin Yuan needs to worry about right now. The extermination of evil spirit masters has always been handled by the Spirit Hall Soul Douluos and even titled Douluo powerhouses. His strength is not yet sufficient. As for what happened afterward, Tianqian didn't bring it up with him, so Qin Yuan stopped asking. The following evening, the college organized a seminar, where Qin Yuan formally participated in theoretical research for the first time. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Zhao Ya waved to him, "Teacher Qin, sit here." Most of the scholars who came to the seminar were elderly people whom Qin Yuan was not familiar with, and they did not appear in the exchange competition. Being in the same room with someone you don't know well can always feel awkward. Upon hearing Zhao Ya's invitation, Qin Yuan took the initiative to sit down, as if he had met a semi-acquaintance. Tianqian hadn't arrived yet, and the scholars were all exchanging ideas in private. Zhao Ya asked Qin Yuan, Teacher Qin, why haven't we seen Teacher Zhaoming lately? Zhao Ya didn't have much affection for him, but because some rumors were circulating in the college, she couldn't help but care as a longtime colleague. Qin Yuan shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Zhao Ya stopped asking questions and instead discussed matters related to the theory of soul masters with Qin Yuan. Soon, Tianqian arrived at the conference room with his research topic. That's Professor Qin, who will also be a member of the seminar later. After giving a brief introduction to Qin Yuan, Tianqian got down to business. Tianqian placed the two documents on the table and said, it's the same old topic. The higher-ups in the palace have asked us to continue to disassemble and study the chaotic cloak hammer technique, in order to adapt it to more soul masters. Teacher Zhao, Teacher Qin, you two have only recently joined the seminar. Please take these two documents. Please review them first, and then listen to the insights of others. Finally, if you have any opinions, please feel free to speak them. Zhao Ya acted quickly, stepped forward, picked up the documents, and handed them to Qin Yuan. Tianqian continued, the chaotic cloak hammer technique is a combat tactic that combines offensive attacks. In the recent Soul Master competition, Feng Xiaotian from Shenfeng Academy also developed a related self-created soul skill. I think if you have any connections, you can learn from him. If it weren't for Qin Yuan, he might have missed this crucial information. After all, the information obtained afterward is just cold text, which is nothing compared to the intuitive feeling of being on the scene. Many scholars have been discussing this extensively. Feng Xiaotian was a genius with innate full soul power, and the Feng family was originally a noble family of the Heaven Dou Empire. The royal family had promoted Feng Xiaotian in his early years, so these scholars were no strangers to him. Later, Feng Xiaotian did not do his proper job, which is why he faded from the view of the Soul Master world. Unexpectedly, after years of decline, Feng Xiaotian produced a shocking self-created soul skill, demonstrating his truly extraordinary talent. Qin Yuan and Zhao Ya were still looking through the relevant materials and did not participate in the discussion. Qin Yuan already had experience in cultivating self-created soul skills. After reading through the materials and reflecting on them in his mind, he actually found a starting point. However, Zhao Ya was different. As a support-type soul master, she had no idea about the self-created soul skills of battle soul masters. After a moment, seeing Qin Yuan looking thoughtful, she asked softly, Teacher Qin, do you have a solution? Open black lens bracket Samsung's commission has been detected. Completely dismantle the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Quest complete. Reward. Soul ring age increased by 2,000 years. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected there to be such a passively assigned task. It seems that attending the seminar was the right decision and not a waste of time. Who knows, there might be even better tasks in the future. He didn't care that the mission rating was only 3 stars. Because he had already found the breakthrough point of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, he only needed to rely on his own cultivation and the contents of the materials to slowly explore it. Teacher Qin, Zhao Ya whispered a reminder when she saw that the other person was in a daze. Qin Yuan suddenly smiled, stretched, relaxed, and even yawned. I have some inspiration, but I think it's pointless to discuss this with the data here. It might be more effective to actually experience the cultivation of my self-created soul skill. He spoke softly, but the other scholars were not inspired and were all looking down at their documents. They overheard Qin Yuan's words. An elderly scholar's chest heaved violently as he looked at Qin Yuan with deep dissatisfaction. What, you think we old guys are useless? HMPH, young people, this isn't your time yet. The old guard hasn't been swept away on the beach yet. Chapter 73 Qin Yuan's Comprehension. Tianqian lightly slapped the table and reprimanded, this is a seminar, not a place for one person to dictate the discussion. Professor Qin, if you have any thoughts, you are welcome to speak freely, but please do not belittle others. This statement is a fair exchange, refusing to offend either side. The old scholar reluctantly withdrew his gaze and said no more. Qin Yuan picked up the conversation and explained, I think, since it's a self-created soul skill, why not look for ways to dismantle it during cultivation? I feel that relying on theory and guessing is very inefficient. Indeed, what that old gentleman said makes sense. After all, Theoretical accumulation takes many years. But I want to ask you, if you were to develop a certain theory, wouldn't you need a large amount of supporting data? Theoretical support certainly cannot come from thin air, it still relies on practical accumulation. Another elderly scholar chuckled and said, I think Professor Qin makes a good point. Of course, we've tried it before, but it didn't work. Since Professor Qin is so confident, why don't we organize our research materials, pack them up, and show them to him? If Teacher Qin can achieve results, we can also benefit from it. Scholars may argue fiercely over certain viewpoints, but when everyone is at a loss for a solution, if one person offers a different perspective, they should offer support. Moreover, this is an old issue, and failing to produce results will lead to accountability, and it will continue to be brought up in the future, delaying their research in other areas. Of course, as scholars, they all have a burning desire to contribute to the world of soul masters. By providing research materials free of charge, they will have made their contribution once Qin Yuan achieves results. Qin Yuan faced the group of scholars and clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute. Thank you for your kind offer, sir. However, I will keep your materials for now. I have some ideas in mind and we'll see if we can make any progress. If that doesn't work, I'll look for new inspiration based on the research materials of my predecessors. Tianqian nodded seriously and continued, all right, since Teacher Qin is willing to take on this task, let's continue discussing the new topic. Teacher Qin, if you're in a hurry, you can go back and explore it first. If you're not in a hurry, you can continue discussing the new topic with us. Regarding the chaotic cloak hammering technique, I'll give you a month to explore it first. If it's effective, you can decide whether to attend the subsequent seminars yourself. If it's not effective, stop immediately and don't get too hung up on it and waste your energy. Next is a purely theoretical topic, discussing the possibility of a soul master absorbing a soul ring beyond their level. Well, Qin Yuan is a living example. Tianqian didn't think he could make any progress in dismantling the chaotic cloak hammer technique. When discussing this kind of topic, even if he falls behind, he can quickly catch up based on his own cultivation experience. Qin Yuan didn't linger. After answering the questions from several scholars, he returned to his dormitory. Juliana and the other two arrived at Qin Yuan's door. Every night, Qin Yuan would give them extra lessons, teaching them about body techniques. You're here quite early. You guys practice first, I have something to do, I'll teach you later. By the way, you don't need to come this early anymore, I have to attend a seminar, my return time is uncertain. As he spoke, Qin Yuan took a stool from the room, sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, and began to study the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Juliana and the other two practiced on their own, noting down any problems they encountered so that Qin Yuan could answer them later. Before long, seeing Qin Yuan studying the martial arts techniques while practicing with his sword and spear, Juliana and the other two couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yan muttered to himself, is Teacher Qin getting his hands on a soul skill manual and practicing it now? Xie Yu wholeheartedly agreed. After all, Qin Yuan once said, there are always people better than you, and there is always a higher level to reach. Only by constantly maintaining a progressive attitude can one truly remain invincible. But what kind of sword technique requires a hammer? Moreover, the three of them have been cultivating for a long time and have mastered the necessary concepts. Why hasn't Qin Yuan started class yet? Left with no other choice, the three could only nominate Xie Yu to inquire about the situation from Qin Yuan. Xie Yu was very uneasy. After all, his progress in swordsmanship was far slower than his progress in movement techniques. If you offend them, you'll probably get a scolding. He slowly walked forward to the stone table. Driven by curiosity, he glanced at the secret manual on the stone table. The manual is active, but it doesn't specify that it's the chaotic cloak hammer technique. However, Xie Yu had previously consulted information about the chaotic cloak hammer technique, but because his martial soul was incompatible with it, he was unable to cultivate it and ultimately had to give up. Teacher Qin, are you practicing the chaotic cloak hammer technique? As soon as he finished speaking, the makeshift stone hammer in Qin Yuan's hand shattered. It wasn't that it hit something hard, but rather that the combined force exceeded the hammer's tolerance limit. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and Qin Yuan finally grasped the basics of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, having already stacked 18 layers of power. Of course, the movements weren't aesthetically pleasing and were easily interrupted in combat, meaning he had only mastered the form of the chaotic cloak hammer technique without fully experiencing its essence. Qin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He had only just begun cultivating, and it was already good enough that he could unleash his full power. There was no need to be overly critical of himself. What, you have an idea? Qin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Xie Yu shook his head repeatedly. Teacher, I saw chrysanthemum Douluo cultivate before, and I also obtained information about it later. It's just a pity that my martial soul is not compatible and I can't cultivate. Qin Yuan smiled suddenly, waved his hand, and gestured for the three of them to bring stools and sit down at the stone table. Even with hammer-type martial souls, no one has ever mastered the basics, right? Xie Yu was unaware of the matter of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, but if someone had succeeded, they would have been arranged to teach it at the academy long ago. Qin Yuan continued, a guide is very important for any martial arts technique. Even if I lay out the essentials of swordsmanship and movement techniques in front of you, it would be very difficult for you to directly begin practicing them. The chaotic cloak hammer technique is similar, but I've already grasped the basics. I think as long as I have a suitable hammer, I should be able to perform it. Later, I'll find a way to fully open source it, and then you might be able to cultivate it too. Qin Yuan said all this not so that Juliana and the other two would praise him, but so that they would use their connections to find him a suitable hammer. Qin Yuan's battle sword spirit was already heavy, so he could still handle a hammer. However, a hammer without a spirit wouldn't be able to withstand the combined impact unless the material was extremely hard. As for the training methods Tang Hao used to train Tang San in the original timeline, Qin Yuan did not intend to refer to them. Not only would it be time-consuming, but he also lacked experience in cultivating a hammer-based martial spirit. Blindly going to the waterfall to cultivate with a wooden hammer, who knows when he'd succeed, or even what he'd achieve. His time is limited, and he cannot afford to waste other aspects of his cultivation on a single hammer technique. Xie Yu understood the implication in her words. He looked at Juliana and said, Nana, go see His Holiness the Pope tomorrow. So much time has passed, and your cultivation has improved. It's time to report to His Holiness the Pope. As he spoke, he kept giving meaningful glances. Juliana realized what was happening and immediately said, I haven't seen you in a long time, teacher. I should go back. By the way, Teacher Qin, I saw a nice hammer at your place before. If you need it, I'll get it for you. Bibi Dong isn't a hammer-wielding soul master, so she doesn't have any hammer. That's just a statement. Chapter 74. Promising Chrysanthemum Douluo. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Juliana returned from the papal palace, she said that the hammer had been made and it would take some time. That evening, Qin Yuan did not attend the seminar, but sat in the courtyard of his dormitory enjoying the breeze. He wrote down many insights about the cultivation of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, and at the same time, he completely disassembled the parts he had already cultivated and adapted them to his own battle sword spirit. Although his battle blade can only stack 9 layers of attack, it's a good start. Once he gets the right hammer, the subsequent training will be much easier. Before long, an evening breeze blew through the courtyard, carrying the fragrance of plants. Qin Yuan leisurely stood up, cupped his hands in the direction from which the evening breeze came, and said, Greetings, Your Majesty Chrysanthemum Douluo. A soft laugh came from not far away. Teacher Qin's perception is truly outstanding. Qin Yuan pushed open the gate and led Ju Douluo into the house. Looking at the furnishings in the dormitory, Ju Douluo chuckled and said meaningfully, Teacher Qin, don't you have any luggage? If I remember correctly, your dormitory looks exactly the same as when it was assigned, except for an extra window cover and bedding. Most people would keep their ornaments and treasures at home for collection or display, but Qin Yuan's place is still in its original state, clearly indicating that he does not regard the dormitory as a permanent residence. It's worth noting that in an effort to win Qin Yuan over, the Spirit Hall granted him numerous privileges, including access to a great deal of classified information. However, Qin Yuan showed no intention of staying permanently, which inevitably caused dissatisfaction. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly, revealing a wry smile. Your Majesty misunderstands. I live alone and have no hobbies. Besides, I'm very busy with work every day and don't have time to tidy up my room. Why don't you come with me to my office? I spend a lot of time in the office, so I've tidied up my workstation. Chrysanthemum Douluo waved his hand, clearly not caring about such details. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to give you a warhammer. Don't let Nana go to His Holiness the Pope again because of your matter. If needed, apply directly to the Academy, or you can tell me. This matter has displeased His Holiness the Pope somewhat. Qin Yuan did this simply to keep his cultivation progress a secret. Asking the college for funds will inevitably attract attention and may even lead others to ask him about the progress. Bibi Dong didn't have time to deal with him. Even if he mastered the skill later, he could delay reporting it for a while. After all, he had too much work at the academy, so it wouldn't hurt to give himself some rest. After a pause, Chrysanthemum Douluo continued, I also have some insights into the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Previously, I could stack 36 layers of attack, but in battles at the title Douluo level, opponents would not give me the opportunity to stack attacks, so the chaotic cloak hammer technique became useless. After saying that, he handed Qin Yuan a warhammer made of a special alloy, along with his cultivation experience. Of course, the hardest metal is heavy silver, which can be forged into a warhammer. It is so heavy that only a hammer-wielding soul master could swing it. Alloy warhammers are lighter and still strong enough. For this hammer, Chrysanthemum Douluo personally made a trip to Gengshin City to ask a master blacksmith to forge it for him, otherwise, it wouldn't have taken more than 5 days. Qin Yuan clasped his hands in a fist and said earnestly, Thank you, Lord Chrysanthemum Douluo, for your concern. Chrysanthemum Douluo did not take credit. After finishing the tea on the table, he stood up and said, Your talent is quite good. It is my regret that I could not take you as my disciple. If needed in the future, I will help you, but you must live up to your talent. Cultivating a self-created soul skill requires extremely high comprehension. I hope you can successfully deconstruct this technique and contribute to the temple. As he spoke, Chrysanthemum Douluo took out a completely transparent blue crystal pendant from his soul tool. The interior of the crystal appears to be filled with flowing starlight, clear and translucent, creating a tranquil picture that is breathtakingly beautiful. This is the heart of the ocean, which can help soul masters stabilize their minds during cultivation. It should be helpful to you. I will be staying in Wuhan City for the next 6 months. Come visit me when you have time, and we can chat about flowers and plants. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Looking at the pendant in his hand, as well as the alloy warhammer and cultivation notes beside him, Qin Yuan sighed in his heart, There is true kindness in the world, and you will always meet good people. Although his mind was extremely stable and he didn't need the heart of the ocean's help, don't forget that the gift itself was very valuable. Years ago, Qin Yuan had the opportunity to work as a security guard at an auction house, where the heart of the ocean was also auctioned, reportedly fetching a high price of 200,000 gold soul coins. Qin Yuan is not short of money, but he values the sentiment behind this valuable gift more than its monetary value. Qin Yuan silently made a wish in his mind. If I have enough strength in the future, I will never let Chrysanthemum Douluo be tricked and killed by Tang San, and I will also protect his good buddy. However, since such a valuable gemstone had already been given away, Qin Yuan had to give something in return. The pendant was clearly designed for women. Qin Yuan removed the gemstone and embedded it into a specially made waist tag, which he then hung on his waist. The effects of ocean heart are indeed very good. Even if there is a slight restlessness in one's heart, it will soon be washed away by a cool breeze. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain area on the mainland, dusk seeped through the gaps in the mountains, and a trace of orange-red remained on the horizon, but this red was weary, lazily sprawling on one of the hilltops. A group of 8 people entered the mountains, startling a flock of birds. 8 people walked heavily along the forest path, the occasional cracking sound of snapping branches echoing through the air. If Qin Yuan were here, he would definitely recognize one of them as Zhao Ming, whom the Spirit Hall Academy had been searching for. In the group, the leader wore a black hood with the brim pulled low, obscuring his face. Joining us as the wisest choice, he said to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's gaze was cold, and his eyes were now somewhat cloudy, no longer as clear as when he was a teacher. As he walked, he muttered, HMPH, Qin Yuan is just a new teacher, a year older than me. Our cultivation levels are the same, yet the academy gives him preferential treatment while ignoring me. The others in the group chimed in, that's how the spirit hall has always been. Those higher-ups only care about those whose interests are tied to theirs. Who would care about someone as upright as you? One of them grinned wickedly and said, Zhaoming, you and I grew up together. If you had joined us 5 years ago, you might already be a mid-level soul saint, leaving Qin Yuan far behind. It's not too late now. The leader said, Zhaoming has great talent. After absorbing the blood, he has already broken through to level 70. He only needs one more soul ring to advance. He will be the third in the team in the future. The rest of you should also work hard and strive to break through as soon as possible. Don't just stand around, let's go hunt for souls. Chapter 75. Didn't win. College life is always the same. In the blink of an eye, a semester has come to an end. In just 1 year, the students in the elite class made tremendous progress, with Juliana and the other two even reaching the Soul Master stage earlier than in their original timeline. As for the chaotic cloak hammer technique, in the initial stages, Qin Yuan progressed rapidly, almost like a sweet treat given by the creator of the cultivation technique. However, as the project progresses, the situation changes. It gets harder and harder as you go on, and the requirements for power generation techniques are higher. Qin Yuan had no experience in hammer-related training, so he was stuck on this for a long time. However, in 6 months, he managed to stack the chaotic cloak hammer technique's offensive power to 81 layers. Although it was extremely crude and completely unusable in combat, having this foundation made the subsequent dismantling of the technique much easier. After that, it took Qin Yuan another 3 months to transfer the chaotic cloak from his hammer to his flaming battle blade. Now, it can no longer be called the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The chaotic cloak blade technique is the most appropriate name. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to hand over the cultivation technique. After all, he had only transferred it to swordsmanship. The other martial souls were still difficult to cultivate, so it wasn't a complete dismantling of the technique. The following 3 months were spent conducting experiments on Juliana and the other two to see how effective the transformation was. Of course, Qin Yuan also took the opportunity to slack off. He made a huge contribution, so he can hand it over later. During this time, he can take a paid leave, which is a long-standing tradition of the Spirit Hall. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Qin Yuan had just finished dealing with his affairs and lay down in the courtyard when he heard the voices of Sun Xuantao and others. Teacher, it's the final exams, aren't you going to go and see them? The final exam is for all students, and those who achieve the top rankings will receive awards from the academy. Of course, the final exam is much more rigorous than the exchange competition. It's divided into groups of 5 levels, with each group competing in a separate session. After the final exams, the academy welcomed a 2-month break. Of course, for the top students and those preparing to overtake others, there was no break at all. The only thing that would be easier in terms of training was the upcoming break. After the start of the next semester, Qin Yuan can decide whether to participate in the exchange competition based on his own thoughts. Over the course of a year, he took several leave of absences under the pretext of being about to break through, and then showed Tianqian the aura of a soul saint, and was recognized by the academy as a soul saint powerhouse. Although he continued to lead the top class, his rank was promoted to director. These assessments were not mandatory for soul saint level experts. If one chose to slack off, of course, they didn't have to go. Qin Yuan rocked back and forth in his recliner, saying leisurely, I trust you all completely, there's no need for you to go see me. By the way, where did Yan go? Among the top students, Juliana, 2 others, and Sun Xuantao had the closest relationship with Qin Yuan. Normally, when it comes to matters in the class, the 4 of them will come to him together. Qin Yuan was puzzled by the fact that Yan was not present. That kid's a troublemaker. If he doesn't show up, who knows what mischief he's up to. Sun Xuantao said with a grin, Teacher Qin, the quarterfinals of the Soul Sect Arena have just ended. Xie Yu successfully advanced to the semifinals, Yan. Before he could continue, Qin Yuan, who had anticipated this, asked in return, did you lose? The soul power levels of Juliana and the other 2 were between 41 and 42. Placing them at the bottom of the beginner soul master arena. Xie Yu's ability to enter the top 4 was inseparable from his mastery of movement techniques and swordsmanship. In contrast, Yan's movement technique was a complete mess, and he had no outstanding qualities compared to other soul masters, so it was naturally difficult for him to win. Sun Xuantao scratched his head and laughed. I didn't win. Isn't that a loss? Qin Yuan glanced at him, then quickly followed up with, and you? Sun Xuantao straightened his back instantly, confidently and proudly saying, I've also made it to the top 4. And according to the ranking order, Xie Yu and I won't meet in the semifinals. As long as we both take it seriously, we have a great chance to meet in the finals. At that time, our class will be guaranteed to be the champion. His talent was not as good as Juliana and the other two, so his improvement speed was relatively slow. He reached level 44.5 in a year, which was just within the registration requirements for the primary Soul Master Arena. Qin Yuan stood up and patted the two of them on the shoulder. Okay, if you two can meet in the finals, I will give you some rewards. Of course, if you can win the championship, there will be an extra reward. The same goes for Nana. For a moment, the two rubbed their hands together, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. As for Juliana, she was assigned to the control type Soul Master class. She was the Pope's student, a rare mental control type, and also had the advantage of movement techniques. Few other control type Soul Masters in the academy could match her. Of course, many students choose not to graduate after becoming Soul Masters in order to be assigned to better jobs, and continue their training at the academy until they are 30 years old. As long as one can break through to the Soul King level before the age of 30, the job assigned to them afterward will definitely be good. Therefore, the academy has a considerable number of students, and every final assessment, starting from the level 25 to 30 competition, has many participating students. As for students below level 25, sorry, they cannot enter the Spirit Hall Academy. Let's go to the competition venue and see what it's like. I hope the other students in our class can achieve the same results as you. In the afternoon, Tianqin couldn't help but call Qin Yuan to the dean's office. Teacher Qin, how long do you plan to rest? Tianqin asked directly. After all, Qin Yuan still had Juliana and the other two by his side. Within a year, Xie Yu and Yan were officially accepted as disciples by Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, and the two had already come into contact with the cultivation of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, which could not be kept secret from their teacher. Therefore, the higher-ups in the hall could roughly judge Qin Yuan's progress. Tianqin asked this question simply to pave the way for the emergence of the new cultivation technique. Dismantling the chaotic cloak hammer technique will benefit the Soul Master community. Once Qin Yuan submits it, he will immediately receive the title of Theoretical Master. The Spirit Hall Academy needs to prepare accordingly. Taking a paid vacation after completing a task is an unspoken tradition. Qin Yuan smiled and said, I'll hand it in after the final exams. Juliana and Yan have already mastered the basics, and Xie Yu has made the fastest progress, so she can directly learn from my cultivation experience. I hope that the titled Douluo in the hall can cultivate first, so that their cultivation experience can also help Juliana and Yan. If the chaotic cloak hammer technique is incomplete, it is useless to a titled Douluo. However, if one can cultivate it to the 81st level of offensive power, then it is a different story. For a titled Douluo, it simply means having one more way to fight. The chaotic cloak hammer technique, after being disassembled by Qin Yuan, is more concise and clear. Combined with Qin Yuan's cultivation experience, the titled Douluos in the hall can quickly master it. In the future, compared to the titled Douluo of other forces, the overall strength of the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall will be stronger. So fast, aren't you going to rest for a bit? Tianqin asked, somewhat surprised. Half a month ago, he saw that Qin Yuan was still cultivating. Even if he was doing the final finishing touches at that time, he would have rested for at most 10 more days. Qin Yuan wouldn't tell anyone that he had actually been resting for 3 months. It's nothing. The sooner you start practicing your self-created soul skill, the better. I'm counting on the cultivation experience of the higher-ups in the hall to perfect the new technique. Anyway, the fame is mine, so of course I'm anxious. Tianqin sighed softly, quite satisfied, and said, I approve of your idea. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you an extra 3 months' salary as compensation for your paid leave. Teacher Qin, please don't refuse. Chapter 76. Why are Teacher Qin's students so strong? The next day, Xie Yu and Sun Xuantao defeated their respective opponents and advanced to the finals together. No matter what happens in the finals, the championship of the lower-level Soul Master matches will belong to their class. This is a guaranteed championship, a situation rarely seen in the history of the Spirit Hall Academy. Director Mills, I remember that Sun Xuantao only reached the quarterfinals in the Peak Soul Venerable Arena before, and never made it to the finals, right? It wasn't that Sun Xuantao lacked strength, but rather that there were many students in the academy who had delayed graduation. They were all older than Sun Xuantao and had more combat experience, which put Sun Xuantao at a disadvantage. Among the teachers present, the most embarrassed by the outstanding class's current achievements was Mills. Over the course of a year, he learned from his mistakes and went into seclusion several times, eventually breaking through to the Soul Saint stage. A family with 2 Soul Saints is a rare sight at the Spirit Hall Academy. This, however, made his teacher, Bertsu, beam with joy. But when the final exams came, the reality was staring them in the face. No one in Mills's elite class had ever made it to the finals in the final exams. But when the elite class came into Qin Yuan's hands, the students' strength immediately underwent a qualitative change, and they were guaranteed to be champions. Who could he complain to? Mills was completely convinced. If it weren't for maintaining his arrogant persona, he would have definitely praised Qin Yuan. He glanced at the teacher who had asked the question, gave a soft snort, and made no response. The teachers formed small groups of 2 or 3 to discuss the competition. Why are Teacher Qin's students so strong? Yes, I wanted to ask that too. I secretly listened in on Professor Qin's class before, but I didn't see him teach any better than us. Still calling him Teacher Qin. He's the director now, don't confuse him with the king. Besides, my uncle said that it won't be long before Teacher Qin becomes a certified theoretical master by the Spirit Hall, a grandmaster second only to the dean. That grandmaster title was merely a title deliberately created by the hall to elevate the dean. In essence, he was still just a master. Don't make fun of the dean for no reason. That shouldn't be the case. Director Qin is so young, how could he possibly become a theoretical master? Then how do you explain the students in Director Qin's class being so outstanding? Without the foundation of a master theorist, how could the students be transformed so completely? Stop arguing, I just got news that Hu Liena and Zhang Jia from Director Qin's class have also made it to the finals in the Control-type Soul Master Arena. And they're guaranteed to be champions. Other teachers. At this point, one teacher wondered, could there be a problem with our teaching methods? While Director Qin's class certainly has top students, there are also students who have delayed graduation participating in the competition. They have much more experience in the competition, so why did they lose? This is a double guaranteed champion. I wonder how high Director Qin's performance evaluation will be this year. I guess it will break the college's highest record, right? Since Hu Liena is His Holiness the Pope's student, could she be His Holiness the Pope? Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think you were born knowing how to fight? Even if you have innate full soul power, without a master to guide you, aren't you just one of the masses? Director Qin is truly amazing. I am a soul king. Is there any chance I could become Director Qin's apprentice? If you become someone's apprentice, do you think they'll even look at you? I think you should use your youth and good looks to win over Teacher Qin. I've heard that Director Qin is currently single. Zhao Ya sat quietly to the side, listening to the conversation between the teachers and others. She had known Qin Yuan for a year, was aware of his excellence, and also knew about his methods of cultivating talent. Teachers at the Spirit Hall Academy often shift the pressure onto their students in order to prepare for their own assessments. Being under constant high pressure is completely detrimental to a soul master's cultivation. Under Qin Yuan's guidance, Zhao Ya has recently been researching the impact of mindset on a soul master's cultivation. She had a premonition that once the theory was perfected and released to the Spirit Hall, she too could become a master of theory. A groundbreaking theory, and one that makes a significant contribution to the Spirit Hall, are both criteria for becoming a master. Of course, she wouldn't forget that this topic was given to her by Qin Yuan, and that Qin Yuan had provided a lot of theoretical support beforehand. She was simply summarizing and observing the experimental results of Professor Qin Yuan's elite class. Thinking of Qin Yuan, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, and a blush unconsciously rose on her face. Without Zhao Ming's entanglement, she felt an unprecedented peace in her world. As a theory teacher, her most frequent colleagues were older people. Only Qin Yuan was young, had a good attitude, and met her standards for a perfect man. Perhaps, this was how one expresses admiration for someone. Final exams, Beginner Soul Master Arena, Finals. Xie Yu and Sun Xuantao stepped onto the arena at the same time. When they first met, Sun Xuantao indeed looked down on Xie Yu, believing that she had entered the elite class through connections with Qin Yuan. However, as they spent more time together and Xie Yu's progress became more apparent, he gradually changed his opinion of her. Of course, Sun Xuantao has good talent and is a sword-type martial soul. Qin Yuan has given him a lot of private lessons, so his strength is definitely not weaker than Xie Yu's at present, and he also has the advantage of soul power level. On the stage, Sun Xuantao took the initiative to shake hands with Xie Yu, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I belittled you when we first met." Xie Yu smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. "Brother Sun, we've become friends through a fight. But I won't hold back in this match. Let's settle this once and for all and give Teacher Qin a satisfactory result." Sun Xuantao's expression turned solemn, and he nodded seriously. "All right, let's settle this with a duel." Both sides took a few steps back and activated their martial spirits. The match begins. Xie Yu was the first to launch an attack. Although he is a soul master with a blade-type martial soul, his role is not that of a power attack type, but rather an agility attack type that relies on speed to win. With a flash, his figure appeared like a blur, and he arrived close by. Sun Xuantao's circular giant blade is powerful and fierce, but it is not good at close combat. His specialty is manipulating the ring to strike at mid to long range distances. So fast, facing Xie Yu, he no longer looked down on him as before, but instead became serious. The moon blade is too fast, its attacks are fierce, and it has a good balance of feints and real attacks. If he only tries to fight head-on, he will not be a match for it. Second soul skill, ring-shattering blade. Having witnessed Qin Yuan's swordsmanship firsthand, Sun Xuantao knew the terrifying power of feints and real attacks, and dared not engage him in a prolonged fight. The giant circular blade split into countless smaller blades, which spread out from his body as the center, in an attempt to force Xie Yu back. Xie Yu indeed had no better way to deal with it. The attacks from the shattered blade were too dense, and his swordsmanship was far inferior to Qin Yuan's. He could only rely on speed to retreat. To be on the safe side, he preferred to give up his current advantage. Qin Yuan had told him more than once, victory is not something to be rushed. Knowing when to back down is the only way to keep your hopes of winning alive. Chapter 77 Shared Champion. The second soul skill, Yu. Two crescent blades crossed, blocking Xie Yu's attack and intercepting the shattered blade. As the distance increased, the fighting style shifted into Sun Xuantao's comfort zone. He wielded the circular giant blade, suppressing Xie Yu's counterattack from mid-range. Qin Yuan watched the match from below the ring, nodding occasionally, quite satisfied with the two players' performance. Before long, Juliana rushed over. Seeing that the competition was still going on, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I finally made it." Qin Yuan casually asked, "Is your match over?" Although Juliana and Zhongji are classmates, their abilities are not on the same level. In the final of the Control-type Soul Master competition, Juliana achieved a crushing victory, securing the first championship title for her class. Of course, the championship of this low-level Soul Master arena also belongs to their class. The difference is whether the championship was won by Xie Yu or Sun Xuantao. "Teacher Qin, who will win?" Juliana asked anxiously. She was also a Soul Master, but the combat logic of Control-type Soul Masters and Power Attack-type Soul Masters was different, so she was unaware of the situation on the field. Of course, as Xie Yu's sister, she certainly hoped that her brother could win. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly, his gaze never leaving the arena, and said calmly, "It's hard to say. The two of them each have their own advantages, and their strengths are only slightly different. It depends on who can stabilize the situation while seizing the opponent's weaknesses." In terms of talent, Sun Xuantao was completely outmatched. After all, Xie Yu is several years younger than him. However, at this stage, the two are evenly matched. On the arena, Sun Xuantao and Xie Yu each had their own advantages and each seized the other's weaknesses, but neither was able to end the match. A prolonged tug of war poses a significant challenge to the soul power of both sides. Soon, the two separated and caught their breath. Sun Xuantao suggested, "Xie Yu, my soul power level is higher than yours, and continuing to deplete it will be disadvantageous for you. How about this, we each unleash our strongest attack, and decide the winner in one move?" Xie Yu shook his head, not wanting to take advantage of him for no reason. "I have no complaints about losing to you because I am not strong enough. There is no need for this." Sun Xuantao thought for a moment and then suggested again, "Why don't we let the teacher decide?" Normally, teachers are not allowed to give verbal reminders during a competition. However, this competition was an internal battle between the top classes. Qin Yuan was the teacher of both students, and giving advice to both of them at the same time could not be considered a violation of the rules. With the referee's approval, Qin Yuan laughed and said, "We're all classmates, there's no need to go too far. I think Xiao Dao's suggestion is great, you two decide the winner with one move. Win or lose, we'll still be buddies." Xie Yu no longer had any reservations and immediately agreed. "Okay, then we'll do as you say, teacher." The teachers watching were filled with envy. If possible, they would also like to offer advice to their students, especially on the final stage. The feeling of being guaranteed the championship is truly captivating. No matter who wins or loses, the champion is always our class. Xie Yu, don't hold back, unleash your strongest attack. With that, Sun Xuantao shouted, and his aura rapidly increased. Fourth soul skill, Dance of Ring Blades. He held the giant circular blade spirit aloft above his head, spinning it rapidly in his palm. The sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Not to be outdone, Xie Yu also activated his fourth soul skill in retaliation. Fourth soul skill, Moonlight spreads across the sky. The two moon blades merged into one, resembling a full moon. Xie Yu unleashed his full power, his eyes filled only with the desire for victory. The two attacked simultaneously, their blades clashing together and creating a powerful shockwave. The teacher responsible for maintaining safety at the venue quickly stepped in to shield the onlookers from the aftershocks. Who will win? The audience's eyes were glued to the screen for a moment, and even the staff on site couldn't help but put down their work and stare intently at the situation on the field. "Brother, you must win." Juliana clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Qin Yuan knew the two of them very well, and he already knew the outcome the moment their soul skills clashed. About half a minute later, the commotion on the stage subsided, and Xie Yu and Sun Xuantao slumped onto the stage, panting heavily. Clearly, both of them had used their full strength in the previous exchange, and neither had injured the other. At this stage of the competition, it's really hard to say who will win the championship. The referee was caught in a dilemma. If the two sides were tied, the winner would usually be determined based on their remaining soul power. But doing so would put Xie Yu at a huge disadvantage. His soul power level was relatively low, so a draw was already a rare achievement. Moreover, he was Ghost Douluo's disciple, so both morally and logically, the referee would favor him. Sun Xuantao is also quite talented, and he might even become the referee's superior in the future. Offending him wouldn't do any good. Left with no other option, the referee looked at Qin Yuan, as if to say, "Director Qin, please give me some advice." Qin Yuan was their teacher, so he could naturally treat them equally. Furthermore, by throwing the problem at him, any trouble that may arise afterward will have nothing to do with the referee. Qin Yuan had anticipated this scene. He took a few steps forward, walked onto the stage, and then turned to face everyone present. According to the end-of-term assessment rules, if the two teams in the final are tied, they can choose to share the championship or wait for the break and then play an additional match. Ties are rare, so this rule has been largely forgotten, but it can be found by carefully reviewing the rules and regulations. Qin Yuan asked with a faint smile, "So, will you two choose to share the championship, or fight again another day?" Sun Xuantao and Xie Yu exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Sharing the championship." The two are classmates, and they can spar whenever they want in the future, there's no need for an extra match. The referee then announced, "Since neither of you has any objections, you two will share the championship. Subsequent rankings will not be affected, you will start from third place." After stepping off the stage, Xie Yu said gratefully, "Brother Sun, thank you so much. Consider it a favor I owe you. Sun Xuantao waved his hand, not caring. Xie Yu, don't underestimate yourself. This is the last time I can fight you to a draw. Before long, your cultivation speed will leave me far behind. If you really want to express your gratitude, just don't forget your brother when you become successful in the future. Xie Yu laughed heartily and patted his chest. Don't worry, brother Sun, we're brothers for life. Back in the rest area, Qin Yuan noticed Yan sneaking back and said irritably, what, you hide after losing the game, only to pop out again after it's over. Yan lowered his head, not daring to talk back. After all, his talent was no less than Xie Yu's, but after a year of cultivation, his progress had clearly fallen behind, leaving him in an awkward position of being left behind. Chapter 78. The four-man group is formed. Knowing it's shameful, you should train even harder and find a way to win back in the future. After scolding Yan a few times, Qin Yuan said no more and waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to the classroom. The competition for the elite class has already ended, so there's no need for them to stay on the field any longer. Moreover, the holiday is just around the corner, and Qin Yuan needs to make holiday training arrangements for his students. Of course, there will still be holidays. If you want to go home to visit your family, Qin Yuan will not stop you. However, he will assign cultivation tasks to everyone. After the start of the new semester, you must complete his requirements, otherwise you will be eliminated and transferred to another class. The number of students in the top class is not fixed. There is an in-class assessment every month, and a bottom-ranking elimination system is adopted. Apart from Sun Xuantao and Xie Yu, there aren't many other students in the class who have stayed in the elite class for a long time. Some people came and went several times, while others were eliminated and never came back. Of course, this pressure comes from the academy. Those who can enter the elite class are expected to have the opportunity to break through to the Soul Douluo level, and they receive the best treatment. To enjoy such high-level treatment, one naturally needs to offer commensurate talent and effort. Qin Yuan, within the bounds of the rules, tries to reduce their burden as much as possible. Of course, this doesn't mean the students can slack off. Back in the classroom, Qin Yuan first praised the students who had achieved good results in the competition. As long as Qin Yuan achieves a top 6 ranking or higher, his performance will be elevated, and he will certainly not hesitate to praise him. Although Yan's performance was not ideal, he still made it to the quarterfinals. Furthermore, students in the class, who had not yet reached the Soul Master level, also achieved excellent results. 7 students made it into the top 16, including second and third place finishers. Of course, a large portion of those who didn't make it to the top 16 were eliminated in the round of 32 when they encountered classmates from their own class. After all, with so many students achieving good grades, internal competition was inevitable. Among all the classes in the Spirit Hall Academy, the elite class achieving such outstanding results is unprecedented. Qin Yuan distributed the prizes to everyone on behalf of the academy. At the same time, he also fulfilled his pre-competition promise and gave Xie Yu and the other 2 extra rewards. On the podium, Qin Yuan said, the final exams will end today. Tomorrow, the college will post notices and distribute holiday notices to each class, and then the holiday will officially begin. Huliena, Xie Yu, Yan, and Sun Xuantao, the 4 of you will not have a holiday, nor will you be allowed to go home to visit your families. The higher-ups have other arrangements for you. As for the others, I will assign you corresponding cultivation tasks. I hope to see your faces in class again after the start of the new semester. In addition, for students who do not want to go home, the academy will also assign field missions. You can earn money or cultivation resources after completing them. You can choose for yourself. You are all familiar with the academy's mission, so I won't go into details. Also, I hope to see you all fully recovered after the start of the semester, so don't risk your lives in dangerous places for high rewards. A genius will always be a genius. Only by surviving can you hope to become strong. Do you understand? Other instructors would be eager for their students to undertake high-risk missions. After all, even one student successfully completing a mission and returning safely would be something to boast about. But Qin Yuan didn't care about this reputation, and he didn't want his students to lose their lives. After the class meeting ended, the other students returned to their dormitories to pack their luggage, leaving only Juliana and 3 others behind. Sun Xuantao understood that Juliana and the other 2 had already been designated by the higher-ups and would inevitably become the successors to the core power of the Spirit Hall. Being left behind alone at this moment meant that he had a slight chance to squeeze into this circle. Sun Xuantao knew very well that this wasn't because his talent had been recognized by the higher-ups, but rather because his strength had rapidly improved under Qin Yuan's tutelage, which had brought him to their attention. He had to cherish this hard-won opportunity. Meeting a good teacher in one's youth is the greatest honor of one's life. Teacher Qin, what are our plans next? Yan rubbed his hands together, eager to regain the face he lost in the final exam in other ways. Qin Yuan shook his head. I am not clear about the training program within the Spirit Hall. However, the task you are about to face will be anything but simple, and you will almost certainly encounter a life or death crisis. The specifics will depend on the final decision made by the higher-ups. You should rest well for the next 2 days and recharge your energy. However, one thing is certain, I will accompany you on missions as your examiner. The 4 looked at each other, their joy undisguised. Qin Yuan immediately poured cold water on this idea, saying, don't expect me to give you any special treatment. My intervention to save someone means you're eliminated. There are more than just the 4 of you geniuses in the hall, so cherish this hard-won opportunity. Dean's office. Upon seeing Qin Yuan arrive, Tianqin warmly greeted him. Teacher Qin, you've been teaching the elite class for a year, and those kids' strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. I can't believe how invincible they'll be in the next Soul Master competition. Qin Yuan did not take credit. It is not my achievement to cultivate geniuses into geniuses, it is the result of their own efforts. Tianqin sighed. Teacher Qin, if every teacher in the academy could be as humble as you, there wouldn't be so many trivial matters. Look at my hair, it's all going against me, I can't stop it no matter what I do, it's all turned white. Time waits for no one. With a sigh, he took out a gold soul card from his soul tool. Teacher Qin, please don't refuse. This is a performance bonus from the academy. 200,000, that's a lot, Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He wasn't one of those people who sought fame and fortune, he genuinely didn't spend too much effort on the top classes, it was entirely up to the students themselves to prove themselves. He wouldn't refuse to do something if it was his responsibility, but he wouldn't readily agree to do something that had nothing to do with him. Unable to refuse, Tianqin said, just consider it the Academy's reward for dismantling the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Qin Yuan then relented. After all, he had devoted a great deal of effort to dismantling the cultivation technique, and he deserved the reward. As agreed beforehand, the final exams are now over, and it's time to hand over the cultivation technique. Tianqin first expressed his gratitude, then took the cultivation method to examine it. He wasn't worried that Qin Yuan was faking it, but rather that the higher-ups valued this technique highly and couldn't tolerate the slightest mistake. If anything is missed, it's good to check and fill in the gaps as soon as possible. However, Qin Yuan had already conducted a thorough self-examination and found no omissions. Although he shared the cultivation technique, the original was still provided by the Spirit Hall, so he essentially got a powerful self-created spirit skill for free. After a long while, Tianqin slowly put down the original manual in his hand, his excitement undisguised. Teacher Qin, you have truly impressed me. Chapter 7981 Consecutive Slashes. Is there a problem with the cultivation technique? Qin Yuan asked hurriedly. Tianqin shook his head. It's already perfect. To nitpick would be too much of a fault finding. Teacher Qin, are you ready? Once this technique is submitted, along with the theories released before, you will be the second author and will definitely earn the title of Theory Master. Simply dissecting the cultivation method is not enough for Qin Yuan to earn the title of Master. After all, while the contribution of dismantling the cultivation technique was significant, the technique itself was stolen from the Clear Sky sect, which was not a respectable thing to say, and the Spirit Hall would not publicize it extensively. However, during this year, Qin Yuan also participated in research on other topics, and with Tianqin's support, the theories he released were all co-authored. Combined, these two aspects were enough for him to become a theoretical master. Of course, this master title he holds is not that kind of master, he is the real deal, not someone who obtained it through connections. However, if Qin Yuan were to make his own choice, he would rather not be the master. His strength was fighting, and somehow everyone assumed he was very good at teaching, so they all assigned him teaching jobs. As for Juliana and the others, they were already top geniuses. If they had a teacher with a normal mindset, their future achievements would still be remarkable. Qin Yuan was just lucky to get a chance. There's nothing wrong with teaching and nurturing students, but for Qin Yuan, the life he wants to pursue is to fight in the world of soul masters and constantly break through in battle. He really couldn't understand why people would always boast about teaching a genius to become a genius. Now, a year later, he is completely on this wrong path and there is no turning back. Having earned the title of theoretical master, his future major assignments will likely be closely related to talent cultivation. Qin Yuan cursed inwardly. The spirit hall is forcing me to narrow my path. Tianqian's attitude was very enthusiastic, and Qin Yuan had no chance to refuse. He could only go along with it and accept the title of theoretical master. As for whether other masters have any opinions, Qin Yuan doesn't care. By the way, Teacher Qin, have you named this technique yet? Tianqian asked eagerly. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback, then quickly said, the chaotic cloak blade technique. Tianqian shook his head repeatedly, no. Although this self-created soul skill evolved from the chaotic cloak hammer technique, it cannot be so obvious, nor can it have any connection with it, lest it be criticized by others. The chaotic cloak hammer technique was originally created by Tang Chen based on another self-created soul skill. You call it the chaotic cloak blade technique, isn't that plagiarism? In my opinion, why not call it Qin Yuan's 81 consecutive slashes? That way, the geniuses in the palace who cultivate this self-created soul skill in the future will all remember your name. Qin Yuan shook his head. The title, 81 consecutive slashes, is fine, don't add any other names. These are all empty titles. Besides, if he adds his name to the list, and the Haoshan sect finds out later, they will surely cause him trouble. Having failed to persuade him, Tianqian had no choice but to respect his opinion and immediately handed over the cultivation technique to the higher-ups of the spirit hall. As Qin Yuan left the dean's office, the systems panel appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket, complete the Samsung commission task and completely dismantle the chaotic cloak hammer technique to receive a reward that increases the age of your soul rings by 2000 years, close black lens bracket. The next moment, a warm feeling enveloped his heart, and Qin Yuan's first soul ring transformed into purple. At this moment, he felt there was no need to hide the color of his spirit ring. His seventh spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring, which is something that cannot be explained in the first place. On the contrary, the more you try to explain it, the more loopholes there are. Doing nothing is the best explanation. Go with the flow and let Bibidong and the others guess. The best guess is that he passed the divine trial, not only receiving a 100,000-year spirit ring as a reward, but also having the age of his other spirit rings increased. Currently, Qin Yuan still has one 4-star mission left to complete. Juliana and the other two have made some progress in their movement techniques, but they are still far from meeting the system's standards for completion. This task isn't urgent. I wonder if accompanying Juliana and the others on this training trip will be classified as a commission task. If it's just a 1- or 2-star task, that would be too boring. With the semester over and the next semester about to begin, Qin Yuan finally had some free time. After a year of hard work, he was exhausted, so he simply sat in a rocking chair in the courtyard and enjoyed a pleasant sunbath. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, Tianqian is a descendant of golden crocodile Douluo, and naturally belongs to the Hall of Offerings. Such important and beneficial news, he naturally had to inform the Hall of Worship first. As it happened, all 7 Grand Masters were in the hall that day, so they began to study the 81 consecutive slashes together. The 7 elders had incredibly sharp eyesight. In just a few minutes, they discerned the completeness of the technique. Qian Douluo, in particular, was a former opponent of Tang Chen and had experienced the chaotic cloak hammer technique up close, so he was quite familiar with it. It resembles a disheveled cloak, but it's not. Was it really disassembled by that teacher Qin? Qian Douluo asked calmly, but his words revealed doubt. Golden crocodile Douluo quickly reminded him, Qin'er, don't talk nonsense, be truthful. Tianqian cupped his hands in greeting and replied earnestly, "It was indeed Teacher Qin who dissected it. The scholars in the academy and Chrysanthemum Douluo provided him with materials and assistance. Apart from Chrysanthemum Douluo, I am very familiar with the research progress of the other scholars. I can confirm that there is no trace of those scholars in this technique. As for how much of a role Chrysanthemum Douluo's help played, I do not know. The combined research progress of those scholars must be superior to that of Chrysanthemum Douluo. Since there is no trace of those scholars in the cultivation technique, it is likely that Chrysanthemum Douluo played a negligible role in it." Qian Dalu was quite satisfied with this. "It seems that my spirit hall has recruited another talent. With such comprehension, why would he want to be a teacher? If I'm not mistaken, his personal combat strength should be very strong. The cultivation of a soul master is interconnected, and the higher one's comprehension, the stronger one will be, provided there are sufficient resources. This kind of person is a monstrous powerhouse. Why would he choose the most comfortable Spirit Hall Academy instead of going to one of the many action departments in the Spirit Hall?" Tianqian was unaware of this matter either. After all, Qin Yuan was recruited by Bibi Dong. At the time, Bibi Dong only asked him to take good care of Qin Yuan and didn't say anything else. As for the worshippers, although they had received a letter from Qian Runshui, Qin Yuan was only a sole emperor at that time. How could he possibly gain the attention of these super Douluos? Seeing Tianqian's reluctant expression, Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke up for him. "Brother, Qin Yuan has done a good job at the Spirit Hall Academy, why not let him stay? Geniuses always have some quirks, maybe he just prefers to stay in the academy. Forcing him to be assigned to another department might not be a good thing. Qian Daoliu is only responsible for the general direction of the Spirit Hall's development, he doesn't concern himself with these minor details. You can make your own arrangements. Make several copies of this technique and send them to the Papal Palace and the Elder Palace so that everyone can practice it. Once you have gained sufficient experience, you can pass it on to the geniuses in the palace." Chapter 80 Theoretical Masters. Qian Daoliu continued, "As for Teacher Qin's title of Theoretical Master, you can decide what to do. Also, give him this papal decree. After he breaks through to Seoul Douluo, he will become a formal elder of my Spirit Hall. Granting the papal decree ahead of time is a sign of absolute trust in Qin Yuan's personal development." Only, Tianqian sighed and revealed the truth. Grand Elder, Teacher Qin was commissioned by Bibi Dong at her expense. He has not yet officially joined the Spirit Hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression darkened, and he hurriedly asked, "How can this matter be delayed?" Tianqian tried to win Qin Yuan over countless times, both openly and secretly, but Qin Yuan made it clear that he was only there because of a commission and would leave after the matter was settled. Tianqian had no idea about the specifics of the commission. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly, unable to help but recall the letter that Qian Runshui had sent back. It was also mentioned that Qin Yuan was unwilling to be affiliated with any power. He hadn't paid attention before, so much so that he hadn't recalled Qian Runshui's reminder just now. The Spirit Hall has already produced one ingrate, Yu Shaogang, and as for Qin Yuan. Qian Daoliu's expression gradually calmed down, and he waved his hand, "Give him the papal decree. If he is willing to join the Spirit Hall, give him the best treatment. If he is not willing to join, after he breaks through to the Seoul Douluo level, he will become an honorary elder of my Spirit Hall." Compared to Yu Shaogang's deception and demands, Qin Yuan not only did not obtain any benefits from the Spirit Hall, but also left behind a complete cultivation technique. In terms of contributions, Yu Shaogang is far superior. As long as such a person doesn't explicitly stand against the Spirit Hall, it's essential to befriend them. Who knows, it might bring unexpected surprises to the Spirit Hall in the future. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Tianqian bowed to Qin Yuan on his behalf and then turned to leave the offering hall. Once Sendo Ryu makes a decision, no one else can change it, but in private, the worshippers will ask him why. "Brother, isn't it too easy on that kid?" The fourth elder Lion Douluo couldn't help but ask. Qian Daoliu turned around, raised his forehead slightly, and looked at the ceiling. The Spirit Hall is a loose organization. Every Spirit Master is a member of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he received limited treatment in the Spirit Hall, never had access to core secrets, and left the Spirit Hall with a completely disassembled cultivation technique. So who really benefited? The demon-slaying Douluo grinned, agreeing wholeheartedly, Big Brother is right. I just wonder if the people of the Clear Sky sect will be surprised when they see that every expert in my spirit hall has a self-created soul skill similar to the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Golden Crocodile Douluo hesitated for a moment, then added, Big Brother, should we also give him the Haoshan 9 Absolute Secret Manual that we collected before to disassemble? The power of the 9 absolute techniques of Haoshan is far greater than that of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Qian Dalu did not agree to this proposal. The reason is not complicated. The real murderer who killed Qian Xunji was not Tang Hao. The spirit hall vented its anger on the Clear Sky sect, which was already feeling guilty. If they were to dismantle and cultivate the 9 absolute techniques of Haoshan, they would be stripping Tang Chen bare. For the sake of so-called chivalry, Sendo Ryu did not want to do anything that would betray his promise. Papal Palace. Looking at the 81 consecutive slashes technique that Tianchen had sent her, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a smug smile. It seems I underestimated him. Tianchen cupped his hands in thanks. Then we must thank His Holiness the Pope for discovering him and entrusting him to the Academy for training. Now that the cultivation manual has been delivered, I won't stay any longer. Farewell. He was not a subordinate of the Papal Palace, so there was no need for him to be polite to Bibidon. Of course, Bibi Dong wouldn't hold it against him. Ghostly spirit, Moon Pass, take a look. Bibi Dong casually tossed the cultivation technique over. Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo immediately flipped through the contents, occasionally offering words of praise. After a long silence, the two respectfully said, Your Holiness is wise. Entrusting Nana and the others to Qin Yuan for training was absolutely the right choice. In the future, Nana and the others will surely become strong individuals. Bibi Dong lowered her brows and said coldly, whether they can become strong is not up to you. It depends on their performance next. Ghost, draft a province-wide announcement to proclaim the name of the Spirit Hall's newly appointed theoretical master to the entire continent. In the afternoon, Qin Yuan was still enjoying his leisurely life in the courtyard. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps came from in front of the door. Looking up, I saw that the person who had come was Teacher Zhao Ya. Why is Teacher Zhao here? Qin Yuan asked casually. Zhao Ya took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and said, Teacher Qin, you are now a master of theory. The higher-ups have officially issued a commendation notice to you. Understood. Qin Yuan replied without any emotional fluctuation. His initial intention in studying Soul Master theory was simply to be able to deduce more tactics based on his theoretical knowledge in future missions. He never thought of becoming a master of theory. Moreover, with his appearance, what does he have to do with being a scholar? Zhao Ya was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth, hesitated several times before finally asking, Isn't Teacher Qin happy? Qin Yuan stood up and stretched his limbs slightly. What's there to be happy about? I still have to spend money to host a banquet and thank the dean and the others. It costs money all the time. How much is my monthly salary? Zhao Ya stood there, stunned. Others would love to spend this money but don't even have the chance. Is the title of theoretical master so worthless in Qin Yuan's eyes? Perhaps this is the thought process of a genius, which cannot be described by common sense. After a pause, Qin Yuan patted her shoulder lightly and smiled. You lack practical examples for the Soul Master mentality theory, don't you? Go find Mills and tell him that I used this method to help the top students improve rapidly. He'll cooperate with you. When I met Mills this morning, the other man's jealousy was written all over his face. Since Zhao Ya's research topic requires experimental materials, wouldn't Mills be a perfect fit? Ah, okay, I'll go find Mr. Mills. After calming herself down, Zhao Ya asked, Professor Qin, the dean asked me to ask you whether we should hold a ceremony. Becoming a theoretical master is like becoming a titled Douluo. The Spirit Hall will hold a formal awarding ceremony for them. Of course, this is not mandatory. You can decide for yourself whether or not to hold it. Qin Yuan didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things. Since it wasn't something he was forced to do, he never took the initiative. However, after receiving the title, a banquet is indispensable. Whether Qin Yuan likes it or not, it must be held. Otherwise, it would be easy to think that he became arrogant after becoming a master. Teacher Zhao, the banquet is scheduled for tomorrow evening. Could you please help me inform them? Zhao Ya had other things she wanted to say, but Qin Yuan had completely taken control of the conversation, so she didn't say anything and instead ran errands for him. The following day, the Spirit Hall issued a nationwide announcement, officially revealing Qin Yuan's identity as a theoretical master to the public. Heavenly Do Royal Academy. In her spare time, Yi Lingling would stay in a secluded corner of the back mountain year-round. From the moment she returned to the academy, she planted an orange tree. At first, it was just a branch, but in the blink of an eye, a year has passed and it has grown into the shape of a fruit tree. Chapter 81 Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo's support. Hearing that Qin Yuan had achieved better success at the Spirit Hall, Yi Lingling was happy for him, but at the same time, a sense of melancholy rose in her heart. Teacher Qin has found a better path at the Spirit Hall, so is he not coming back? Yi Lingling, I think you're about to turn into a statue waiting for your husband. Before she knew it, Du Guyan appeared behind her. Yi Lingling hurriedly stood up, waving her hands repeatedly in a slightly panicked manner. Sister Yanzi, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Du Guyan smiled and took her arm. Lingling, I was just teasing you. Didn't Teacher Qin say he'd be back in 5 years at most? When have you ever seen Teacher Qin lie? Yi Lingling nodded quickly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Du Guyan got down to business, her expression becoming much more serious. Lingling, Grandpa has found out where Grandpa Yi is and has gone to look for him. Don't worry, we'll have the results soon. Grandpa is still alive. Yi Lingling covered her mouth, her eyes filled with hope and worry. Du Guyan patted her back and gently comforted her. Lingling, don't worry. Grandpa is a titled Douluo, and there are few people on the continent who can threaten him. I believe that Grandpa Yi will be back soon. In the Tiando military camp at the border between Tiando and Xingluo. With no fighting on the border, Lei Meng, though in the military camp, spends most of his time on patrol duties, so he is relatively free and has no fear for his life. However, his purpose in coming here was not to gain prestige, nor was it to waste his time. If he doesn't achieve any merit, when can he go back? This morning, a notice from the Spirit Hall was delivered to the military camp. Not only the Spirit Hall, but also the military camps of both empires will receive the announcement immediately once the entire territory is declared. After all, nationwide announcements are usually for major events that are crucial to the military's next steps. Therefore, whatever the announcement is about will spread throughout the military camps. Upon seeing the message, Lei Meng beamed with joy, took out the treasure bag given to him by Qin Yuan from his pocket, and reminisced about his time at the academy. In just 1 year, I never expected that my teacher would earn the title of master. The teacher is right, gold shines wherever it is. While feeling a sense of unease, he became even more worried about his own situation. If war doesn't break out soon, I'll become completely out of touch with reality. Of course, he did not forget Qin Yuan's instructions and prioritized his own safety above all else. On the other side, not far from the border, lies Nottingham. Today is a peaceful day for Nottingham. Neither the Spirit Hall nor the announcements issued by the two great empires would mention Notting City. Over time, very few people in Notting City paid attention to the announcements. However, this announcement was related to academic matters, and Nottingham College immediately made it public within the college. I never expected the title of Master to be publicly announced. It seems that the title of Teacher is not just empty words, but a testament to his real contributions to the Soul Master world. Tang San silently marveled at his good fortune. If it weren't for Yu Shaogang becoming his guide, he might still be only vaguely aware of the world of Soul Masters. However, Yu Shaogang was not happy when he received the message. In its announcement, the Spirit Hall emphasized that the Spirit Hall was the youngest theoretical master. It should be noted that when Yu Shaogang was in the Spirit Hall, due to his relationship with Bibi Dong, the title of the youngest Grand Master always belonged to him, so much so that he often referred to himself as Grand Master. At that time, his title of Master was not announced throughout the region, it was only a private, verbal praise. How could it compare to the grand scale Qin Yuan had? Who is Qin Yuan? Yu Shaogang didn't know him at all, but he held a grudge against the name. Damn the Spirit Hall. I don't know where they got this fame-seeking scoundrel from, he dares to steal my title. Bibi Dong, you're heartless, so don't blame me for being ruthless. You brought this on yourself. For the banquet that evening, Qin Yuan invited all the scholars in the academy, as well as a few of his friends from the academy. Although he didn't like Mills, the more people who came to this event, the better. The two had become friends after a fight, and inviting the other to attend was also a way to make up the numbers. Anyway, the money has already been spent, so Mills alone won't make a difference. At the banquet, Tianqian handed the papal decree he had taken from the hall of worship to Qin Yuan. Teacher Qin, congratulations. This papal decree was bestowed upon you by the Grand Elder. However, you are currently only a soul saint. The Grand Elder will officially grant you the status of an honorary elder after you break through to Soul Douluo. Until then, if you encounter any intractable problems, you may use the papal decree, but do not use it frequently. Qin Yuan expressed his gratitude and accepted the papal decree. Including the one given to him by Bibi Dong, he now possesses 2 papal decrees. In some matters, the Spirit Hall was indeed generous, but unfortunately, he had no intention of joining the Spirit Hall. As for papal decrees, unless it's an emergency, it's best to avoid using them. Before long, a voice familiar to Qin Yuan came from the entrance of the banquet. Oh, everyone's here. We've come uninvited, hopefully we haven't disturbed you. Following the sound, Qin Yuan noticed the figures of Zhu and Gui Douluo. It wasn't that he didn't want to invite the 2 titled Douluos, but rather that his own strength was too weak to trouble them with their presence. The appearance of Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo at this moment was a great show of respect for him. Qin Yuan quickly stepped forward and said, "How could that be? It is my great honor to have your excellencies here. Please come in. Haha, it's an honor for both of us to have a friend like Teacher Qin." Chrysanthemum Douluo cupped his hands in greeting, showing no airs of a titled Douluo, only friendliness and affability. It is a great honor that a titled Douluo who is not related to you or anyone else came to show his support, accompanied by another titled Douluo. All the scholars and teachers present knew that Qin Yuan had Zhu Douluo as his powerful backer. Once the news spreads, it will save Qin Yuan from a lot of potential trouble. You see, the favor he gained from giving Chrysanthemum Douluo the seeds of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum had long been used up. Now that Chrysanthemum Douluo is still willing to stand up for him, it can be considered that he has accepted him as a friend. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly. Chrysanthemum Douluo is truly unconventional. If I have any extra soul bones in the future, I'll just give one to him. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo came here not only to show their support, but also for the sake of their respective disciples. The banquet lasted until late at night. After it ended, Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo approached Qin Yuan. Teacher Qin, you should have received information about Nana and the others' upcoming training mission beforehand. His Holiness the Pope will explain the specific details of the mission to you in detail when he summons you tomorrow. This mission is extremely important and dangerous. We must ensure Nana and the others' safety. Well, Yan and Xiaoyu are, after all, Mayan Lao Gui's disciples. If they make any mistakes during the mission, please help them out, Teacher Qin. If necessary, try to raise their assessment scores as much as possible. Chapter 82 The Master of Feigning Confusion. The Spirit Hall's talent cultivation plan does not allow anyone to interfere in the process, only the examiners responsible for the assessment are qualified to score the training items. Over the years, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo have each only taken one disciple. If Xiaoyu and Yan's ratings are too low, it will inevitably affect their reputations. The scoring during the assessment was entirely up to Qin Yuan, so the 2 of them would naturally seek his help. However, this is only the surface. There are deeper reasons that the 2 of them are not at liberty to say. Qin Yuan will understand when things get to that point. Qin Yuan earnestly stated, "Your Excellencies, please rest assured, Xiaoyu and the others are also my students, and I would never go against them." Bibi Dong's motives for appointing him as an examiner were obvious. Wasn't her ultimate goal to help Juliana? There was no need for Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo to go through this unnecessary trouble. Of course, Qin Yuan was very grateful that the 2 of them had come to support him. After that, Chrysanthemum Douluo explained a few more things. Before leaving, he cupped his hands towards a tree trunk not far from the banquet hall and said, "Demon-slaying deity, we'll be going now. Please feel free to leave. As he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Qin Yuan, indicating that the demon-slaying Douluo had arrived at this place a long time ago, but had not shown up immediately. Qin Yuan was somewhat confused. What's going on today? Title Douluos from the Hall of Offerings and the Hall of the Pope are all coming to see him. After Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo left, Demon Subduing Douluo no longer held back and arrived in front of Qin Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Upon their first meeting, the demon-slaying Douluo sized Qin Yuan up and down, then smiled and said, "Not bad, a genius powerhouse." Facing a super Douluo, Qin Yuan dared not be negligent and quickly bowed in greeting. The demon-slaying Douluo waved his hand, a faint smile on his face, not as serious as he was remembered. "I have come here to ask you about the cultivation details of the 81 combo. There are some parts where I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I would appreciate it if you could help me resolve my doubts. There is a sequence to learning, and each profession has its own area of expertise." The 81 consecutive slashes was deconstructed by Qin Yuan, and as the compiler, his cultivation experience was the most important factor. It's not that the bottleneck encountered by demon-slaying Douluo is insurmountable, but rather that after consulting others, the cultivation efficiency will be higher, and it will be less likely to go astray in future cultivation. When Qin Yuan handed over the cultivation technique, he had anticipated that a powerful expert would come to ask for his guidance. The appearance of the demon-slaying Douluo means that his name has been remembered by the Hall of Offerings. In the future, there may be opportunities to cooperate with the Hall of Offerings, which can be regarded as opening up a group of potential big clients for him. The demon-slaying Douluo is, after all, a super Douluo, and his cultivation speed is far beyond that of so-called geniuses. The demon-slaying Douluo had only been exposed to the 81 combo for a little over a day, but he easily integrated the technique into the Panlong staff. Currently, he can already stack up to more than 70 layers of attacks. With just a period of consolidation and practice, you will be able to master it completely. Compared to such a powerful figure, Qin Yuan felt inferior. As dawn broke, the guidance he received throughout the night yielded great rewards for the demon-slaying Douluo. Before leaving, he patted Qin Yuan's shoulder lightly and said with a half-smile, "Your contribution is great. Although we can't publicize it, the palace has prepared a 30,000-year soul bone as a reward for you. The reward will be given to you by the Pope, but she will probably withhold some of it. Just keep that in mind." After saying that, demon-slaying Douluo left. Just as he came without a trace and went without a trace. Withholding soul bones. If a soul bone is smashed in two, it's basically useless. If its integrity is less than 50%, there's no point in Bibi Dong keeping the other half. It's likely that Bibi Dong would manipulate the time limit rather than withhold the soul bone itself. As for the purpose of the demon-slaying Douluo in saying these words, it is not hard to understand. If Bibi Dong really skimps on the money, it will inevitably create a rift between Qin Yuan and Bibi Dong, making it easier for the Hall of Worship to win them over in the future. It seems that making contact with the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall is not a good thing. Qin Yuan sighed and shook his head. At the Spirit Hall Academy, I spend my days interacting with a group of soul emperors and soul saints as teachers. Although there was occasional competition, there was no backstabbing or scheming. In contrast, the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall were a veritable spectacle, where infighting was commonplace. As expected, Bibi Dong's summons arrived soon. With the Pope's decree, Qin Yuan can freely enter and exit the core area of the Spirit Hall, which is currently the only tangible benefit he can enjoy. Papal Palace. Bibi Dong maintained her lazy attitude, seemingly just going through the motions, and showed little enthusiasm for Qin Yuan's arrival. "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope." Qin Yuan bowed respectfully. With her right hand against her cheek, Bibi Dong yawned and her lips parted slightly. "Congratulations on becoming the youngest theoretical master in the Soul Master world. Your 81 consecutive slashes has been of great help to many of the powerful figures in my Spirit Hall. Tell me, what reward do you want? Given your contributions, I can even grant you a soul bone." Bibi Dong didn't directly state her bottom price, letting Qin Yuan decide for himself. The remaining profits naturally went into her pocket. Beforehand, the demon-slaying Douluo had told Qin Yuan his bottom price. After some thought, Qin Yuan came up with a plan. Qin Yuan still had a 30,000-year-old soul bone that he hadn't absorbed yet. According to his thinking, the system might give him a better soul bone in the future, so this 30,000-year-old soul bone could only be used as a reserve for now. Moreover, obtaining a soul bone is not a good thing. During his time working for Bibi Dong, Qin Yuan served the Spirit Hall. Even knowing he possessed a spirit bone, the ambitious members of the Spirit Hall dared not harm him. However, once he left the Spirit Hall, it was hard to guarantee that those ambitious individuals wouldn't have other ideas. The bestowed soul bone was a hot potato. Qin Yuan didn't dare to gamble that Bibi Dong wouldn't talk nonsense afterward, so it was the right thing to do not get the soul bone from the beginning. Qin Yuan understood the principle that possessing a treasure can be a crime. He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and said solemnly, "Your Holiness, I do not require any additional reward. As you know, I never accept extra payment during the commission period. However, I also have a request, and I hope His Holiness the Pope will grant it." Bibi Dong became interested, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she pressed on, "Are you really stupid, pretending to be stupid, or are you just playing dumb when you're offering a reward in exchange for my permission?" Qin Yuan didn't respond, but instead expressed his thoughts. "I disassembled the 81 consecutive slashes. Although I handed it over to the Spirit Hall, I hope that His Holiness the Pope can allow me to pass on the technique to people outside the Spirit Hall. I have no other requests. If this kind of thing isn't brought to the forefront, no one can stop him. After all, he was the first to learn this technique and then privately taught it to others, so the Spirit Hall had no way of verifying it." However, Qin Yuan used something he had already tacitly approved to exchange for his vested interests, leaving Bibi Dong unsure of his intentions. What a master of playing dumb. The Spirit Hall has no reason to offer money willingly. If you don't want it, I won't force you. As for your suggestion, why do you need my approval? Do you think I can restrict your thoughts? Bibi Dong gave a soft snort, and the matter was thus dropped, with no further entanglement. Chapter 83: A trial that endured near-death experience. Bibi Dong summoned Qin Yuan to the papal palace for more than just a reward. If he really wanted to reward him, he could have had his subordinates contact Qin Yuan directly. There was no need for him to meet with Qin Yuan personally. Next, Bibi Dong's words were the most important. "Nana and the other two, along with Sun Xuantao, whom you strongly recommended, will all become pillars of the Spirit Hall in the future. Their training is different from that of ordinary geniuses." As she spoke, at Bibi Dong's signal, the waiter handed a document to Qin Yuan. "You are their teacher and the examiner who will supervise their training. The full score is 100, and 60 is the passing score. Teacher Qin is a smart man, and I hope that you can give fair and impartial scores during their training." To put it nicely, it's just an implication that Qin Yuan should give the four of them special treatment, especially Hu Liena. Of course, Qin Yuan is not a member of the Spirit Hall, and whether the Spirit Hall is good or bad in the future has nothing to do with him. As for the rating, just fill it in with your feet. His Holiness the Pope trusts me so much, so he should be fair and just. After responding, Qin Yuan opened the document. This document covers the training locations for Hu Liena and her three companions, as well as the specific assessment requirements. As he received more and more information, Qin Yuan frowned. This ordeal could be described as a near-death experience. Qin Yuan himself would also face enormous threats. "Your Holiness, Hu Liena and the other three might still have a chance of winning on the arena, but if we let them face the dangers of the Soul Master world directly, given their experience, they will probably be completely wiped out." Bibi Dong had no obligation to answer his question, and said indifferently, "If I remember correctly, Teacher Qin has been involved in the world of Soul Masters for many years. Can't Teacher Qin handle these open and covert struggles? Well, this means Qin Yuan is being made a nanny. But it doesn't matter. Qin Yuan has been holding back at the academy for too long, and he finally has a chance to go all out. Hopefully, those thugs can take a beating." Open black lens bracket A 5-star mission has been detected. As the proctor, you are responsible for assessing Hu Liena and others, and ensuring their safety. Mission complete. Reward: 100,000-year-old flame right leg soul bone. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan's guess was correct. The system did indeed reward him with a 100,000-year-old soul bone. However, the system's task rating system is not without reason. For a 5-star mission, besides Qin Yuan needing to put in a great deal of effort, the decisive factors for whether the mission is completed or not related to him. The mission clearly states that the goal is to bring the person back safely. Therefore, the most likely cause of mission failure is personnel casualties. After a moment's thought, Qin Yuan said, "Your Holiness, I would like to borrow a magic bag from you that can hold living creatures. The larger the internal space, the better." Qin Yuan's soul tool was a gift from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If Ning Fengji were to use it, it would certainly not be an ordinary soul tool. His soul tool could indeed store living things, but only plants like immortal herbs. Only something like Douluo's Rui treasure pouch could store animals. Bibi Dong didn't understand his intentions, but compared to the reward that the spirit hall gave to Qin Yuan, the value of a treasure pouch was nothing. With a wave of her hand, a pink brocade pouch fell into Qin Yuan's hand. There is 20 cubic meters of space inside. When you no longer need it, just give it to Nana. ... We left the papal palace. Qin Yuan walked and pondered. Whether the 5-star mission can be completed depends entirely on the performance of Juliana and her 3 companions. To be on the safe side, he needs to develop some preventative measures in advance to avoid any unexpected incidents. Upon returning to the academy, he immediately gathered Juliana and the other 3. "Pack your things, we're leaving tomorrow. I'll send you the mission details." Finally, Qin Yuan pressed on, asking, "Have you ever killed anyone? This is a kill mission. If Juliana and the others have never seen blood, then they will be in big trouble." Fortunately, Juliana and her 2 companions had been secretly trained by the Spirit Hall since childhood, and before meeting Qin Yuan, each of them had executed no fewer than 10 death row inmates. They no longer had any psychological burden when it came to killing. Sun Xuantao, however, was no longer capable. He was raised in an academy from a young age, where the teaching methods were relatively mild. Where would he have had the opportunity to kill someone? "Teacher, I've killed soul beasts before. If it comes to killing people, I should be able to hold back," Sun Xuantao quickly said, afraid of missing this opportunity to gain experience. The psychological burden of killing a person is different from that of killing a spirit beast. However, Bibi Dong was pressing him hard, and Qin Yuan didn't have time to provide Sun Xuantao with relevant training. "Xiao Dao, you just need to coordinate with the others and injure the people. You don't need to finish them off." The next morning, following Qin Yuan's instructions, Juliana and the other 3 changed into casual clothes and gathered at the back gate of the academy. The 4 waited a short while, and then a person dressed simply and wearing a straw hat approached them. "Is that Teacher Qin?" The 4 of them exchanged glances, full of doubt. The man in the straw hat approached, and the 4 of them recognized him. Looking at the 4 of them, Qin Yuan couldn't help but scold, "I told you to dress more simply, and this is how you dress. Especially Juliana, you're even wearing makeup. Are you worried that others won't see your looks?" Of the 4, Sun Xuantao was dressed the simplest, and at first glance, he would not be remembered at all. Juliana, though dressed in ordinary clothes, was dressed very glamorously, making it difficult for her to go unnoticed in the crowd. Keep in mind that their mission is to hunt down thugs. Dressed like that, unless they are Soul Douluo or Title Douluo powerhouses, they are just going to their deaths. The first priority in a manhunt is to avoid being detected by the enemy. Go back and change your clothes. Especially Juliana, you have to dress up like a country girl, otherwise I'll deduct 20 points from your score. What will your teacher think if you don't get over 80? What girl of Juliana's age doesn't pursue beauty? But Qin Yuan brought up Bibi Dong, and even though she was resistant, she had no choice but to comply in order not to disappoint her teacher. This training mission must be conducted with utmost discretion. Qin Yuan's outfit made him look like a wanderer, clearly a poor guy outfit. Who would care about a poor person? The group of 5 did not travel by carriage, but instead walked to their destination. 5 days later, they arrived at Lock Dragon City, a border city where Tiando and Xingluo meet. Mission objective: Juliana and her 2 companions need to hunt down a group of villains at the Soul Master level. Intelligence indicates that the group is hiding near Lock Dragon City, and Juliana and her 3 companions need to find them and kill them all. The assessment is based on their performance in life or death battles, the number of kills, and other factors. Why did Qin Yuan say that this mission was extremely dangerous? Because this group of Soul Master level thugs acted too conspicuously. Anyone who has ever been involved in the world of Soul Masters knows this. When wanted criminals dare to show themselves openly, they must have powerful backers behind them, so they are not afraid of being hunted down by the local city lord's mansion or even their enemies. After killing these wanted criminals, we must evacuate as quickly as possible. Furthermore, when taking action, the battle must be ended in a very short time, otherwise the powerful figures behind the opponent will come to support. Chapter 84 The clumsy Juliana and her 3 men. Bibi Dong had no intention of letting Juliana and her 3 companions hunt down a group of blatant criminals. She had no intention of letting them return alive. Furthermore, the information provided by Bibi Dong was incomplete, and the situation of the person behind her was completely unclear. Of course, Bibi Dong wouldn't actually kill her own disciples. Her purpose in doing so was most likely to use Juliana and the others as a pretext. At this moment, there might be soul Douluos or even titled Douluo powerhouses from the spirit hall following behind them. Qin Yuan couldn't help but think of the suspected evil spirit master who appeared a year ago. The spirit hall has always had zero tolerance for evil spirit masters, but its lack of action within a year is clearly unusual. Who knows, this mission might be related to that group of evil spirit masters. Evil spirit masters are no pushovers, their methods are unpredictable. Juliana and the others are too inexperienced to be a match for them. This assessment was less aimed at Juliana and others, and more aimed at Qin Yuan. He's going to be very busy protecting Juliana and the others. We entered the city. Qin Yuan, as always, led everyone to a tea house to rest. There are many places in the city where you can gather intelligence, but tea houses are definitely the cheapest and least noticeable places. During the assessment, Qin Yuan was only responsible for recording Juliana and others' performance in the mission, and would not provide them with any assistance. Whether they can get any information depends on whether the 4 of them pay attention to his lectures while on the road. Of course, it is not easy to pretend to be casually gathering information without arousing suspicion from outsiders. Juliana and her 3 companions sat down in the tea house. During their break, they inquired about the information they wanted from the other tea drinkers. Qin Yuan sat in a private room on the 2nd floor, glancing at Juliana and the others from time to time. Before long, the waiter replaced Qin Yuan's teapot with a new one. "Please wait a moment," Qin Yuan said with a half-smile. "Waiter, who are those 4 little guys down there? Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be from the countryside. Instead, they have the cunning and treacherous air of scions of a wealthy family." Shower has seen countless people, and given the truly poor performance of Juliana and the other 3, it was inevitable that their scheme would be exposed. Seeing that Qin Yuan was very easygoing, and since there was no rush in the tea house, the waiter sat down and chatted with him. "Hey, who says otherwise? Look at that girl among them, dressed up as a country bumpkin, but her skin is incredibly delicate, especially her hands, which look like they've been soaking in milk all day. This disguise is full of flaws." Qin Yuan echoed a few words, then casually asked, "Isn't Lockdragon City just a small border city? The arrival of scions of powerful families here, does that mean war is about to break out?" As he spoke, he feigned nervousness. "If that's the case, we'd better get out of here quickly. Getting caught up in the war, or being besieged in the city by the enemy, won't be a good thing." The waiter waved his hand, signaling him to relax. How could that be? With their clumsy acting skills, if they were scouts from an enemy country, it would truly be a misfortune for that country. Actually, it's nothing. They're just those self-righteous young people. They're all upright and honest, and they want to find out the whereabouts of a gang of bad guys. Hey, those guys might be in this tea house. Who wouldn't be brave enough to tell them this kind of information? Those people swaggered into the streets. How could the people of Suolong City not know their whereabouts? However, most of the city's residents are ordinary people, so how could they dare to offend a soul master? In such a small city, a soul master could rule as king, and ordinary soul masters would not dare to betray the whereabouts of that group. Qin Yuan hadn't expected that he would say a lot of things to be careful about on the way. Although Juliana and the others listened to him, they were just imitating him poorly. Having no experience in the world of soul masters, it's really asking too much of them to go out and gather information without being discovered. Qin Yuan chatted with the waiter for a while longer. Although the waiter was wary, his words revealed a lot of information. After piecing it together in his mind, Qin Yuan obtained the complete intelligence. About half an hour later, Sun Xuantao whispered, "We can't get any useful information at all. Should we go back and ask Teacher Qin?" Xie Yu agreed wholeheartedly, glanced at Hu Liena, and said, "Let's go." As the elder brother and the captain of the four-person team, Xie Yu naturally knew that Hu Liena had exposed a flaw. Although he had never met a real village girl, his hands were calloused from years of practicing knife skills. Hu Liena wasn't even wearing gloves, so it was inevitable that she would be discovered when she came into contact with these people from all walks of life. He didn't blame anyone, paid for the tea, and returned to his hotel. After they left, Qin Yuan returned to the hotel a few minutes later. Inside the room, seeing Hu Liena and the other three adopting a posture as if they were about to be scolded, Qin Yuan felt both angry and amused. "The four of you are like beggars performing on the street. You show off for a long time, only to find that the audience isn't laughing because of your performing talent, but because they've exposed your butts." Hu Liena wasn't stupid. She proactively admitted her mistake, saying, "Teacher Qin, it's my fault. I should have listened to your advice carefully, instead of." As she spoke, she looked down at her own clean, white hands. Of course, Hu Liena was the one who exposed her buttocks the most severely, but not the only one. Others also revealed quite a few flaws to varying degrees. Take Yan and Sun Xuantao, for example. Their simple sense of justice has long been evident. Although Xie Yu was not exposed, it was only because he did not speak or take any action. After giving you a few words of admonishment, Qin Yuan sat down on the sofa, cracked his neck, and said, "Thanks to you, I've gathered all the intelligence. Furthermore, after you left the tea house, 3 people took turns following you, and our hideout has been exposed." So fast. Hu Liena was full of surprise. Xie Yu's face darkened. "Damn it, I should have realized that those people swaggering around the streets were probably working for some important figure. Our exposure at the tea house will inevitably alert them. Teacher Qin, what should we do next? Should we play along and wait for them to come knocking on our door, then?" Qin Yuan glanced at him, his eyes full of warning. "How much ability do you have to dare to make a move in the city? If you suffer heavy casualties and the Heavenly Dou Empire mobilizes its border troops to encircle and annihilate you, will you be able to escape? You've already shown your butt, and you still want to show your whole body to others. Those thieves may be tyrannical, but they don't dare to openly make a move in the city. You guys, on the other hand, are even more ruthless than them." As he spoke, Qin Yuan tapped the table. "Deduct 5 points from each person. From now on, stay in the hotel and don't wander around for the time being. In a few days, find an excuse to pretend to leave the city. Now that things have come to this, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. You can only go with the flow and make the enemy show themselves." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of the city, listening to his subordinate's report, the man in black robes revealed a sinister smile. "I guessed right, the spirit hall really fell for the trap. Killing 4 key talents in one go would be a painful blow even for the spirit hall." Another person warned, "Third brother, don't be careless. The spirit hall dares to send out a genius, there must be a powerful figure protecting him." Chapter 85. The mission situation becomes increasingly complex amidst the movement of all parties. In the following days, Qin Yuan stayed in the hotel with Hu Liena and the others, and did not show his face in public again. He has limited intelligence, but he can put himself in others' shoes. If he were the mastermind behind that gang of thugs, would he willingly expose himself? Shouldn't they keep a low profile when recruiting a bunch of shady characters to work for them? Or is their real purpose to attract attention and lure their true target away from these people? Qin Yuan still had one question. How could the other party be so sure that the people they attracted were the ones they wanted to attract, given that they had taken the initiative to reveal themselves? If it attracts too much attention from powerful forces, those behind it may be able to take advantage of the chaos, but things will inevitably be pushed in an uncontrollable direction. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan decided not to stay at the hotel any longer. He changed his clothes and wandered around the city from the perspective of an ordinary person, trying to gather more information. 3 days later, Teacher Qin changed the plan and told us to wait at the hotel. So much time has passed, are we really going to have to wait forever? Yan is a restless person, and at this moment he feels as if 1,000 ants are gnawing at his heart, making it impossible for him to sit still. This training mission is his best chance to wash away the shame of his final exam, so why would he want to just wait around? Xie Yu remained calm, but leaving them waiting aimlessly was agonizing for them. Sun Xuantao had no complaints about Qin Yuan's arrangement, explaining, "Why get so anxious? We've already lost 5 points anyway. Wouldn't it be better to let Teacher Qin pave the way for us with those 5 points? Are you all stupid? Doing things aimlessly will only result in points being deducted for no reason." Xie Yu sighed softly, patted Yan on the shoulder, and said, "Brother Sun is right. Don't do anything reckless. Our primary task is to get high scores in the assessment, not just to complete the task." Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was still on the street. This was already the 8th outfit he had changed into, and his hard work paid off. He did indeed discover a clue. The number of tourists in Locked Dragon City has recently surged. Most of them are genuine tourists who come here simply for sightseeing. However, the sudden influx of tourists is an unusual sign. Qin Yuan quickly discovered that some of the tourists were spies for other forces, and he even recognized a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Under his guidance, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciple met him at a street corner in the city. Trying to fish in troubled waters, that's typical of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qin Yuan said leisurely. Upon seeing his face, Ning Tai was both surprised and delighted. "I didn't expect Mr. Qin to come too. Mr. Qin, you have no idea what Miss Rongrong has been up to this past year." Qin Yuan emphasized, "Let's get down to business." Ning Tai composed himself, glanced around, and said cautiously, "Those tourists were brought from cities along the way, following the sect leader's instructions. I can't tell you the purpose of this trip. I can only say that, for this plan, the sect leader spared no expense in establishing a traveling merchant guild. Those travelers were all sent here for tourism by the sect leader at his own expense." He chuckled dryly, trying to salvage the situation. "Mr. Qin, muddling through isn't the sect's forte, it's mine. However, this mission is of great importance, and I'm just the nominal leader. I don't know how many powerful figures are behind the scenes. By the way, what brings Mr. Qin here? Are we here for the same purpose? Perhaps our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could hire Mr. Qin." Again, Qin Yuan turned around and refused, saying, "I don't know what your purpose is, but our goals should be different. I have other things to do, goodbye." Ning Tai is one of Ning Fengji's confidants. Although he is a support-type soul master, he is extremely capable. The task undertaken by Ning Tai must be no simple matter. Of course, they were definitely not there to assassinate Juliana and her 3 companions. While Juliana and her 3 companions are undeniably talented, they currently hold no renown within the Spirit Hall and are not even considered part of the Golden Generation. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is making such a big fuss just to assassinate a few geniuses of unknown potential. When did Ning Fengji become so demeaning? There must be something big going on behind this. Perhaps there are other spies from other major sects in Locked Dragon City at this moment, but Qin Yuan is not familiar with them and cannot identify them. After an incense stick had burned, Qin Yuan continued to stroll around the city, but then he smelled a fishy, foul odor. Passers-by quickly made way for the shop, exclaiming, "What kind of stuff does this shop sell? It stinks. Go, go, go. Be careful, it might be poisonous." This aura was unknown to others, but Qin Yuan was very familiar with it. Before obtaining the method to make poison pills, Douluo already had this scent. Not many people know Douluo, so the fact that he actively released this aura suggests that he has a clear purpose. Following the scent, Qin Yuan arrived at an alley corner. Seeing that no one was around, Qin Yuan looked around and said, "Brother, what brings you here?" His doubts deepened. A spy from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has appeared, and Douluo has also arrived. Behind this, it's possible that it's a joint operation between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heavenly Dou royal family. Douluo did not appear immediately, but Qin Yuan sensed an invisible soul. power barrier surrounding the entire area, preventing outside detection. After doing all this, Douluo jumped off the roof of a nearby residential building. His expression was very serious, a mixture of surprise and worry at Qin Yuan's appearance. Brother Qin, you shouldn't have come here. Next, a great battle will break out in this area, and even Seoul Douluo and titled Douluo powerhouses will get involved. Qin Yuan processed the information, then immediately asked, wait, I'm only here to cooperate with the Spirit Hall's geniuses in their training, as requested by the Spirit Hall. Could the Spirit Hall's intelligence be wrong? Douluo pondered for a moment and said, I am not clear about the specifics. Those fallen ones you mentioned are not my targets. Nor are they the targets of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The reason we are here is for an old friend of mine, whom you have heard of, named Yi Tianxin. Qin Yuan clicked his tongue in surprise. Yi Lingling's grandfather. He learned of Yi Tianxin's existence several years ago when he accepted Du Guyan's commission. So much time has passed, and Yi Tianxin has remained missing. Why did she alarm Douluo today? If it were anyone else, Douluo wouldn't have given such a detailed explanation. Just like Ning Tai, whom he met earlier, even though Qin Yuan had an excellent relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he would not reveal his purpose. Douluo continued, Yi Tianxin is the only healing-type soul Douluo on the continent. Because of his benevolent medical practice, many powerful figures on the continent owe him favors. For major forces, capturing Yi Tianxin means they can win over a large number of potential powerhouses. Moreover, a healing-type soul master at the Soul Douluo level is capable of providing healing for a super Douluo, making them of immense strategic value. When I arrived, I encountered Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Your exposure of yourself with those geniuses from the Spirit Hall is most likely a trap set by the Spirit Hall to confuse everyone. Chapter 86 Coming for Yi Tianxin. Douluo put things very bluntly, and anyone who wasn't a fool would know that they had become bait. No wonder Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo personally sought out Qin Yuan to plead for mercy. The two authors knew that concealing key elements of the mission from Qin Yuan was unethical, so they came specifically to ask for forgiveness. Qin Yuan thought to himself, damn Chrysanthemum Douluo, I'll take a piece of your soul bone as the price for your deception. This tactic of luring someone into a trap has led Qin Yuan headlong into it. Of course, Bibi Dong and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo had previously exposed many flaws, but Qin Yuan did not notice them at the time. If Qin Yuan hadn't encountered Douluo today, he would have also sensed the subtlety of the mission. But once he completes his mission, he will immediately leave without touching the secrets behind it. If we're to be honest, Bibi Dong's decision not to tell him what happened next could be seen as a form of protection for him and Juliana, among others. Douluo sighed softly and said, this matter is very complicated. If you can avoid getting involved, then don't. If there's still room for maneuver in your mission, take your men and leave immediately. Retreating directly would mean the mission had failed, and they wouldn't be able to report back to Bibi Dong. The 100,000-year-old soul bone rewarded by the system is very important to him, and he doesn't want to miss it. Furthermore, he and Douluo were brothers, so it was only natural for them to help each other. After a moment's thought, Qin Yuan smiled and said, brother, I'm not entirely unprepared. The mission still needs to be completed, but we can make some changes. If you need anything, I'll stay and help you after I've completed the mission with them. Seeing his resolute attitude, Douluo thought for a moment and said, if you can join the rescue team, coupled with your previous help to Yi Lingling, old Yi will owe you a huge favor. Although you are a soul saint now, it is possible that you will break through to a higher realm in the future. With a Soul Douluo level healing soul master as your support, you will not have to worry about your injuries being difficult to heal. But this is too risky, you need to think it through before making a decision. The major powers will inevitably vie for Yi Tianxin's affections. In order to avoid a larger war, all parties will certainly exercise restraint, and it is highly likely that titled Douluo powerhouses and even Soul Douluo powerhouses will not directly intervene. The decisive factor in this effort to win over all sides lies with the Soul Saint level experts from each faction. The casualties caused by the battle among Soul Saint level experts are acceptable to all parties involved. Qin Yuan possesses the strength of a Soul Saint, and once he gets involved, he will inevitably be on the front lines of the conflict. Douluo's purpose in coming to rescue Yi Tianxin was to prevent her from falling into the hands of other forces. The two were old friends, and he knew that Yi Tianxin was not the kind of person who would live under someone else's roof. Right now, Douluo is all alone and needs a helper to do some things for him, but he doesn't want Qin Yuan to lose his life because of it. Of course, the premise is that they have to rescue the person first before they can talk about the subsequent struggle. Brother Douluo, you don't know where Senior Yi is, so why are you looking for him in Lock Dragon City? Upon hearing the other party's explanation, Qin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Douluo is not a reckless person, so why did he do something reckless? Douluo did not hide anything and said frankly, Old Yi is definitely near Lock Dragon City, but I don't know exactly where. Half a month ago, a student at the Lock Dragon City Junior Soul Master Academy found a strange letter pleading for help. Since he didn't know where the victim who wrote the letter was, he handed it over to the Spirit Hall. After going around in circles, the letter ended up in Solace's hands. In Heaven Do City, what secret can be kept from the royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has long wanted to win over Old Yi, but in order to avoid directly facing the pressure from the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji secretly spread the message, which is why I came here. Not only me, but also the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. There is no movement from the royal family at the moment, and it is not clear whether they will come. Yi Tianxin is near Lock Dragon City, which is the result of multiple calculations. Her exact location still needs to be investigated. Otherwise, would the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have sent so many people? Douluo's explanation makes some sense, but aimless searching is not a good idea. Moreover, what exactly is the connection between this and the training mission of Juliana and the other 3? There's no such thing as a coincidence in the world. It's impossible that Qin Yuan's team arrived in Suolong City and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo followed right afterward. The intelligence gathered by the Spirit Hall is certainly superior to that of forces such as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. There must be some connection between them, and they may also be 2 parallel tasks. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan said, Brother, the 4 geniuses I brought were targeted as soon as they entered the city. I don't think the Spirit Hall would send out 2 groups of people for an unrelated mission. Perhaps the target of those 4 geniuses' pursuit is related to Senior Yi Tianxin's disappearance. I will arrange for them to carry out training missions as soon as possible. When that happens, I will arrest a few prisoners and ask them about their situation. Douluo did not object. Compared to searching aimlessly, this was the quickest and safest way. Brother, be careful. According to the mission details you provided, Bibi Dong made this arrangement to send you to stir up trouble, so that the Spirit Hall's experts can take advantage of the chaos. Qin Yuan had not anticipated that a seemingly simple training mission would be so complex, involving so many different forces. It's no wonder that this is a 5-star mission, and the system is offering such a generous reward. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations beforehand to ensure that Juliana and the other 3 would be safe and that the mission could be completed. Back at the hotel, he immediately made arrangements. I have received definite intelligence, we can make our move tomorrow night. He then added, in your assessment, killing enemies of higher ranks carries a high score. When a soul sect member battles a soul venerable, it's considered a battle beyond their level. Don't be too rigid in judging your opponent's strength. Qin Yuan's direct statement left Juliana and the other 3 quite puzzled. As their examiner, Qin Yuan had been very serious the whole way. Why did his attitude soften so much after a few days away? Did they actually receive the money, or did something else go wrong? Of course, Qin Yuan did not intend to use a back door, but the task was too complicated. If the 2 events are indeed connected, this experience could very well lead to serious trouble if we are unaware of it. If you're just going to do a shoddy job, then you've done your mission as long as you bring the person back alive. Qin Yuan did not explain the complicated reasons to Juliana and the others, but only urged them to prepare. We must resolve the battle efficiently and withdraw quickly, otherwise there will be endless trouble, understand? A village near Lock Dragon City. This is a village that has been built in recent years. There were no elderly people in the village, only young children and some young people who were responsible for taking care of the children. Several years ago, Yi Tianxin was attacked by wolf bandits. To escape their pursuit, he went deep into the mountains. Fortunately, he later encountered a powerful contra-expert and, at the expert's invitation, came to the village to treat the children's illnesses. Chapter 87. A Clumsy Enlightenment. Of course, Yi Tianxin wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have accepted an ordinary invitation. It was the words of that sole Douluo powerhouse that moved him. The children here, sigh. Whenever Yi Tianxin thinks back to her decision, she feels like slapping herself twice. When he arrived at this village, he was not initially restricted in his freedom. However, in order to avoid being discovered by outsiders, he did not reveal his whereabouts. But the more he learned about the village, the more restricted his movements became, and he was eventually confined there. A few days ago, he secretly sent out the message while that contra-powerhouse was off guard. Of course, his method of transmitting messages was highly random, whether anyone saw it, or by whom, was unknown. Senior Yi, please stay here in peace. With the children around, you won't feel lonely. Of course, when you're willing to join us, your freedom won't be restricted. Have you thought this through, Senior? Zhao said to Yi Tianxin with a half-smile. Yi Tianxin ignored him and continued to sit in the study, lost in thought. Whenever he saw the innocent faces of those children, his heart ached. These children are truly pitiful, orphaned and used as nourishment by these depraved people. May they be reborn into a better life, so they won't fall into the hands of such wicked individuals again. Zhao ignored Yi Tianxin. Today, he has an important mission, to kill those geniuses from the Spirit Hall and take revenge on the Spirit Hall. He had just stepped out of the room when he heard Yi Tianxin's voice behind him. I've heard you mention the name Qin Yuan many times. Hey, forgive my bluntness, but with your pathetic appearance, you're incapable of anything. You've learned fortune-telling again. Zhao snorted coldly, ignoring him. Yi Tianxin had a strange premonition that Qin Yuan seemed to be the key to breaking the deadlock. In his quest for revenge, Zhao revealed many flaws, even attracting the attention of the Spirit Hall. If Qin Yuan were a smart person, he would definitely be able to notice the problem. Yi Tianxin was unaware of the situation outside. Even if no one received the distress message, as long as Qin Yuan encountered Zhao and informed him of his erratic behavior, he would likely be able to deduce that Zhao had been kidnapped. He didn't want to join the Spirit Hall from the bottom of his heart, but if the Spirit Hall saved him, then he would join. It was better than having his life and death controlled by a fallen soul master. Following Qin Yuan's instructions, Juliana and the other three left the city and headed towards the Spirit Hall. To outsiders, they simply appeared to have failed in their mission and were returning to report. Zhao had prepared everything in advance, and his scouts spotted the four of them as they left the city. As the four entered the wilderness, the enemy arrived. These four are all geniuses from the Spirit Hall, sent to the city to gather intelligence on our whereabouts. Why are they already thinking of retreating without even getting any results? The ones who made the move were the thieves who were in the open, and Zhao wouldn't be foolish enough to show himself immediately. Juliana and her three companions were well prepared. When the thieves appeared, the four of them formed a circle and looked around warily. How do you know this isn't a counter-strategy? With a furious roar, Yan activated his Flame Lord martial soul. As a powerful offensive soul master, his attack power was extraordinary. His fourth soul skill was unleashed with tremendous force, actually tearing a gap in the encirclement. Seeing this, the leader of the thugs shouted, "Damn it, don't hold back. Cut off their heads and go back for the reward." Several black crows flew overhead over the battlefield. In the distance, an old man in black robes was monitoring everything on the battlefield. Seeing Zhao smugness, he couldn't help but sneer, "You're still too green to replace me. Spirit Hall, what's the point of keeping such a close eye on me? It's just a show of cutting off one's own arm to let you taste some sweetness." Once a soul master becomes a fallen one, the evil thoughts in their heart will be amplified infinitely. Negative emotions such as greed, anger, and jealousy were perfectly embodied in Zhao. Furthermore, Zhao was not content with his current position and challenged his leader. Given Zhao talent, it's only a matter of time before he's crushed. To solidify his own position, he has no choice but to ask Zhao to die. The evil spirit masters are not united against outsiders, they also have open and covert struggles, and their methods are even more evil. The old man in black robes was the mastermind behind everything, and Zhao Ming's team was just one of his teams. Only by having the powerful figures of the Spirit Hall wipe out Zhao Ming and the others can this branch of evil spirit masters be truly regarded as dead. As long as they change their ways of doing things in the future, they will no longer be noticed by the Spirit Hall. The old man in black robes did not reveal any flaws, he was simply adding to Zhao Ming's plan to kill the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall wasn't stupid either. After guessing that Yi Tianxin might have been kidnapped by an evil spirit master, Bibi Dong seized the opportunity and devised a plan to make the most of everything. By taking advantage of the infighting among the evil spirit masters, they can eliminate them while simultaneously rescuing and winning over Yi Tianxin. Qin Yuan concealed himself in the darkness. He noticed early on that black crows were flying overhead from time to time. He immediately understood that Bibi Dong possessed a similar soul skill. Of course, he was able to spot Black Crow, and the person behind him also knew of his existence. The situation seems to be getting increasingly complicated. Fortunately, Huliena and her team were very efficient at killing enemies. While Sun Xuantao and Xie Yu held off the three enemy soul masters, Huliena and Yan quickly reaped their heads. Just as Huliena and her three companions were about to break through the encirclement, Zhao Ming could no longer tolerate it. He threw his spear and instantly wiped out the group of incompetent cowards. The sudden turn of events put Huliena and her three companions on edge. Huliena and the other three looked closely and noticed Zhao Ming's face, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Professor Zhao Ming, where have you been all this time? There are rumors in the college that you have been murdered." As he spoke, Sun Xuantao was about to step forward to talk to him. Xie Yu stopped him while giving him a meaningful look. Xie Yu is a dark attribute soul master, and is particularly sensitive to dark auras. Zhao Ming was originally a soul master without any attribute, but now he has an extremely strong aura of darkness and evil. No matter what Zhao Ming has encountered this year, meeting the other party now is definitely not a good thing. Zhao Ming approached step by step, and the group of evil soul masters behind him surrounded Huliena and the others. Zhao Ming said almost maniacally, "I thought the Spirit Hall would send some geniuses I've never seen before, but I didn't expect it to be you. Very well, you are all Qin Yuan's students, and you humiliated me in every way during the exchange competition. If I kill you all, Qin Yuan will be very sad." After he finished speaking, 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 black, appeared beneath his feet, and his aura as a soul saint was made no attempt to conceal it. After waiting for a long time, Yi did not see any experts from the Spirit Hall come to his rescue, and Zhao Ming did not want to wait a moment longer. Because of his extreme understanding of the Spirit Hall's system, he deliberately allowed the gang of thugs to appear in public. This attracted the attention of the righteous Spirit Hall, which then dispatched a team of geniuses known as messengers of justice to kill the group. This is a trap he tailored for them, and the Spirit Hall will surely fall for it. But don't forget that ever since Tianqian reported that the deaths of the city guards were related to evil spirit masters, Zhao Ming has long been under the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall's higher-ups. Chapter 88 The Seventh Ring of 10,000 Years. Such a clumsy performance. Do they really think the Spirit Hall's higher-ups are a bunch of good-for-nothings? Zhao Ming is an elite cultivated under the Spirit Hall system, and is not irreplaceable. This system can not only train him, but also train others. Zhao Ming had the wrong mindset from the start, trying to fight against a large group on his own. In the darkness, Ghost Douluo stood guard behind Huliena and the others. Ghost Douluo sighed inwardly. His Holiness the Pope was right about everything. What a bunch of incompetent fellows. If Qin Yuan is unable to save the day, he will expose himself immediately. Anyway, Huliena and the other two have completed their mission. Next, they just need to persuade Qin Yuan to give all 4 of them high scores. After that, Qin Yuan and the others no longer needed to get involved. Qin Yuan had long anticipated that the group of thieves was bait, and he also stood guard behind Huliena and the others. The flaming sword cleaved through the silence of the night and landed in front of Zhao Ming. A powerful aura erupted from the blade, forcing Zhao Ming to retreat repeatedly. Qin Yuan. Zhao Ming recognized the blazing battle blade martial soul, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. After a year of cultivation, Coupled with the unique nature of his cultivation method, his strength had already surpassed that of a beginner-level soul saint and reached level 75. In his view, Qin Yuan cultivated in the academy without facing any life or death threats or receiving any special resources. Even if he broke through to the soul saint realm, he would only be an ordinary soul saint, far from being his opponent. Qin Yuan moved quickly and lightly, stepping on the evening breeze, and landed in front of Juliana and the other two. Possessing the god of slaughter domain, he was highly sensitive to the evil aura emanating from Jiaoming. Qin Yuan's face darkened. He had not expected this outcome at all. His words of admonition during the exchange competition unexpectedly created a wicked and evil spirit master, which left him with very complicated feelings. After a short while, he sighed softly. You were once a genius of the spirit hall, but you have fallen to this state. It is truly pathetic. Looking back now, it's highly likely that the deaths of those 5 patrol members were the work of Jiaoming and other evil spirit masters. Originally, Qin Yuan still felt a little guilty. But today, that guilt vanished with Jiaoming's passing. Stop pretending here. I caught you with just a little trick, saving me the trouble later. Qin Yuan, our feud ends here. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body. The Cloud Dragon Spear martial soul is no longer as pure as it once was. A layer of black mist floats above the martial soul, and the martial soul itself is devoured by dark energy, becoming extremely evil. Qin Yuan finally understood why evil spirit masters were so difficult to eradicate. Once the evil soul master's cultivation method is used, it can change the soul master's talent and even evolve the martial soul. For those whose talents are limited but who want to have greater strength, it is indeed hard to resist the temptation. Especially someone like Jiaoming, who is extremely twisted and perverted. Further words are pointless. Qin Yuan stepped forward and drew the flaming battle blade from the ground. He held his sword horizontally in one hand, the tip pointing directly at Jiaoming. The next instant, a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring appeared beneath his feet. The aura of the spirit ring was so powerful that it dyed the night blood red. Qin Yuan's soul power surged, and his aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic humanoid phantom wielding a flaming slashing blade rose from the ground. A 100,000-year soul ring. Everyone present was stunned. The legendary 100,000-year spirit ring appeared before their eyes, and the domineering aura emanating from the spirit ring was terrifying. Qin Yuan leaned down to look at Jiaoming, who was a head shorter than him, and said in an icy tone, "You had a better future, but you couldn't stand others surpassing you. For the sake of strength, you were willing to fall. I may not be a good person, but today, I will act on behalf of heaven." The cultivation of evil spirit masters often uses a thirst for killing as a catalyst. With such power, countless people must have died at Jiaoming's hands. This sin was indirectly caused by Qin Yuan, and he should be the one to clean it up. How did he manage to reach the 7th ring in 100,000 years? While Ghost Douluo was shocked, he also recalled Qin Yuan's actions over the past year. It's important to know that hunting down a 100,000-year-old soul ring requires the intervention of a powerful expert. Even if Qin Yuan has Douluo as a close friend despite their age difference, how could Douluo possibly have the strength to hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Furthermore, before the reputation of the theoretical master was exposed, the Hall of Offerings had no idea of Qin Yuan's existence, so it was impossible for any offering to help him hunt souls. Besides, if a 100,000-year soul ring were really placed in front of him, how could Qin Yuan, who was only a quasi-soul saint at the time, have successfully absorbed it? Furthermore, the age of Qin Yuan's first 3 soul rings has also changed, which is definitely not something that can be explained by common sense. Ghost Douluo didn't dwell on it too much and decided to report back to Bibi Dong, hoping to find out the reason. However, while he was lying in wait, he also noticed a familiar aura. The old poisoner is here, things are getting more and more interesting. At the same time, he guessed that Qin Yuan had learned of another major event through Douluo. Qin Yuan, so what if you have a 100,000-year soul ring? You will still die. Jiaoming was blinded by rage and didn't care about the difference in strength, so he took the initiative to attack. Qin Yuan had obtained his 7th spirit ring long ago, but unfortunately he had no chance to fight. Jiaoming is willingly throwing his life away, so he won't show any mercy. It'll be a good opportunity for him to get used to his current strength. The fiery blade slashed rapidly in his hand, and Zhao Ming's proud martial soul suppression was completely rendered useless in his martial soul true form state. The corrupted cloud dragon spear is extremely sensitive to flame martial souls, and they are in a mutually restraining relationship. But don't forget, Qin Yuan's martial soul true body is provided by a 100,000-year soul ring, which is far superior to a 10,000-year soul ring. Zhao Ming's plan failed, and Qin Yuan seized the opportunity to thoroughly humiliate him. Third soul skill, Battle Frenzy. Qin Yuan's third soul skill caused him to enter a berserk state. Among these, the most significant increase is undoubtedly the boost to attack speed. The attack speed was fast enough, and each strike contained boundless sword energy. The sword energy lingered long after it landed, blocking all of Zhao Ming's escape routes. With his martial spirit attributes suppressed, his attack power was still no match for the opponent, and he couldn't even lift his head. Zhao Ming knew that if things continued like this, he would surely die. He struggled desperately and actually managed to create some distance, allowing him to catch his breath. However, this was merely something Qin Yuan did on purpose. Fourth soul skill, Earth-splitting cleave. Qin Yuan held the knife in a reverse grip, the tip of the flaming blade scraping the ground before suddenly slashing upwards. The powerful blade energy formed by the flames left a deep trench in the ground, the blade light traveling close to the ground without diminishing in intensity. Just as the blade was about to fall, the lingering blade energy in the air was stirred up. Like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, the blade attacks were incredibly dense, aimed directly at the enemy's life. Big brother, save me. Zhao Ming was terrified and immediately sought help. In the darkness, a huge blood wolf appeared around the battlefield at some unknown time. The moment the martial soul true form rose from the ground, the blood wolf exerted force with its hind legs and pounced straight at Qin Yuan in his martial soul true form state. There are reinforcements. Qin Yuan's expression darkened, and he reacted quickly, spreading his killing god domain from his body. Chapter 89 Double Kill of the Soul Saint. The blood wolf martial soul's movements were suppressed by the domain, its strength was reduced by 20%, and its pounce was slowed down considerably. Qin Yuan dared not be careless and relied on his movement technique to step into the air and avoid the attack. He quickly landed back beside Hu Liena and the other three, and with a casual swing of his sword, he killed the group of low-level evil soul masters brought by Zhao Ming. Before he made his move, Hu Liena and the other three had already killed a low-level soul king-level evil soul master, which was considered an overachievement of their training mission. Faced with a 2-on-1 situation, Qin Yuan couldn't afford to be distracted. For safety's sake, he took out the treasure pouch that Bibi Dong had given him from his bosom. A pouch that can store animals can naturally also store humans. However, the comfort level is very low, making it difficult for humans to survive there for an extended period. But for now, this is the last resort for rescue. Teacher Qin, do we really have to do this? Hu Liena asked hesitantly. The inside of the magic bag was very small, and she was crammed together with Yan and the others. How could she accept that? Do as I say if you want to live. Qin Yuan urged. Hu Liena no longer hesitated and willingly let Qin Yuan put her into his treasure bag. With no worries about the future, Qin Yuan can now act freely. Third brother, you've been too willful this time. The master is very dissatisfied with you, Blood Wolf Soul Saint warned in a deep voice. Seeing that Qin Yuan had taken away the burden, he knew that a major battle was inevitable. The massive blood wolf bared its teeth at Qin Yuan and sneered, "You're just a level 74 soul saint, no match for the two of us. Surrender obediently, and I might give you a quick death." Faced with the difference in soul power level, Qin Yuan could not deny it. Breaking through 3 levels in a year is considered a very fast cultivation speed at the soul saint stage. After all, Qin Yuan did not receive the divine trial and did not have any additional soul power boost. Moreover, he spent a lot of time on other things during the year, and the time he actually spent on cultivation was less than 1/5. A level 78 soul saint plus a level 75 soul saint, I certainly can't fight them. But have you forgotten that I have a 100,000-year soul ring beneath my feet, and this domain? Evolved skill of the god of slaughter domain, Blood Fiend Senluo. Did you really think he spent the 3 months after dismantling the chaotic cloak hammer technique living a life of complacency? His vacation was a time to slack off in his regular work, but he certainly didn't slack off in his personal development. Seeing that he was cultivating every day, Tianqian couldn't equate him with taking a vacation, so he later offered 3 months of extra salary as compensation. I learned the domain evolution skill during those 3 months. Behind Qin Yuan, a face with fangs and a ghostly appearance appeared. Its scarlet eyes turned in an extremely eerie way, and just one glance would make one feel as if they were in an endless hellish purgatory. Damn it, the mental suppression technique has further suppressed my strength. Blood Wolf Soul Saint's mood sank to the bottom. The Spirit Hall has never been lenient with spirit masters like them. Without support, the two of them working together might not be a match for Qin Yuan. Third brother, let's attack together. He has a 100,000-year spirit ring and a domain, so he must have a lot of treasures on him. If we kill him, we can both reach the Soul Douluo level in a short time. 6th Soul Skill, Dark Moon Hunt. The Blood Wolf Soul Master made the first move, and even with the advantage of superior strength, his speed was still as fast as a ghost. Zhao fighting spirit reached its peak, and even though he was suppressed by the domain, he still launched a desperate attack on Qin Yuan. Facing two opponents simultaneously, Qin Yuan would have to constantly deal with their attacks, and sooner or later he would be overwhelmed. But don't forget, he also has the disassembled chaotic cloak hammer technique. The 81 consecutive slashes, infused with the flaming blade, were quietly activated during the battle. Only after the power had accumulated to 30 layers did Blood Wolf Soul Saint and Zhao belatedly realize it. Zhao, you've messed with the wrong person. He's no ordinary genius from the Spirit Hall. With this kind of strength, he's definitely a top-tier prodigy being secretly trained. You idiot, Blood Wolf Soul Saint cursed at Zhao. Unfortunately, he couldn't break out of the God of Slaughter's domain and could only stand by and fight alongside Zhao to the very end. High in the sky, the black crows continued to circle, taking in everything on the battlefield. The old man in black robes behind him was suddenly puzzled. Could this sharp killing intent come from the city of slaughter? But over the years, only fallen ones have entered it, and no one has ever come out. Could it be that the city of slaughter is some kind of treasure trove for selecting talent? As a soul master of the evil soul sect, his knowledge is naturally extraordinary. Although they had guessed the origin of the god of slaughter domain, they were still completely unaware of its power. At the same time, inside the locked dragon city, when the 3 soul saints activate their martial soul true forms, their battle will be quite intense. Not only the scouts from all sides, but even the city's residents were alarmed. Such powerful battle noises, are Soul Emperor level experts fighting? People from small towns are ignorant and naturally don't know the fighting styles of high-level soul masters. Soon, a scout passed by him and explained, "You bumpkin, this is the true form of a soul saint." The situation within Locked Dragon City is such that a single move can have far-reaching consequences. Others, unaware of the situation, assumed that someone had found Yi Tianxin and engaged in combat with her prematurely during Qin Yuan's battle with the 2 evil soul masters. Powerful figures from all major factions rushed to the scene immediately. Qin Yuan didn't know who had kidnapped Yi Tianxin. Douluo only said that Yi Tianxin's last plea for help appeared outside Suolong City. Originally, he planned to wait until Huliena and the other 2 finished their training, then capture 1 or 2 fallen ones to question them. Plans can't keep up with changes. Zhao appearance disrupted their plans. Although Douluo was also lurking near the battlefield, he sensed Ghost Douluo's presence and was unable to ask him anything. Yi Tianxin's location has been exposed. How can he possibly defeat the entire Spirit Hall on his own? He wanted to rescue Yi Tianxin, but he didn't want her to become the eye of the storm. Moreover, there are other ways to find Yi Tianxin's location. There's no need to go through Zhao and the others. As multiple auras approached, Qin Yuan continued his fierce battle with the 2 soul saints, with no clear victor for the time being. Douluo suddenly felt that time was running out. Medusa gazes. Having found the right opportunity, Douluo made his move cleanly and decisively. 2 milky white rays of light pierced the night sky and landed on Blood Wolf Soul Saint and Zhao. Before Qin Yuan could sheath his sword, a powerful blade strike instantly killed both of them. He was grateful for Douluo's help, but the trail had gone cold, and the search for the missing person would be troublesome. Douluo flashed in front of Qin Yuan and transmitted his voice. With such a commotion, old Yi, a soul Douluo, will definitely be able to detect it. As long as he releases his aura slightly, we can pinpoint his location. There's no way around it. Once all the powerful figures from various factions arrive, the situation will only become more chaotic. At that point, it would be good enough if they didn't hinder or argue with each other, let alone save lives. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Ghost Douluo stepped in to stop them. Old Poison Master, Teacher Qin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Ghost Douluo blocked their way. Qin Yuan winked at the air. Whether or not Yi Tianxin can be found might be answered by those behind the scenes who are paying attention to the battlefield situation. The appearance of two titled Douluo at this moment would only alert the enemy. Chapter 90 Mutual Restraint. Ghost Douluo has been in hiding for a long time, but he hasn't been idle. Through the soul power fluctuations transmitted by the Black Crow, he determined the direction of the person behind the scenes. He subtly transmitted his voice to Qin Yuan, informing him of the approximate location of the person behind the scenes. In his view, Qin Yuan was a powerful figure on the side of the Spirit Hall, so naturally he would work for the Spirit Hall. The appearance of Douluo will only interfere with the Spirit Hall's efforts to win over Yi Tianxin, they must be separated. Brother, you go find old Yi first, I'll hold him off, Douluo also reminded him telepathically. Both sides consider Qin Yuan to be their partner, and for Qin Yuan, choosing which side to stand on is a difficult decision. But compared to the scheming and backstabbing within the Spirit Hall, he preferred to spend time with Douluo without any reservations. After making his decision, Qin Yuan handed the treasure pouch to Ghost Douluo and immediately went to the location of the person behind the scenes. Meanwhile, outside Lock Dragon City, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Bone Douluo collided. It seems the 7 treasure glazed tile school hasn't given up either. Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled sinisterly, but his strength was enough to make Bone Douluo unable to escape. Chrysanthemum Pass, the Spirit Hall is truly a persistent ghost. What do you plan to do next? Fight me, or wait here for Yi Tianxin's final decision? Bone Douluo crossed his arms, feeling displeased but helpless. Having worked together with Ghost Douluo for many years, Chrysanthemum Douluo naturally trusted the other's investigative abilities, so he was not in a hurry. If Bone Douluo wants to fight, I'll gladly oblige. If he doesn't want to fight, I'm happy to chat and brag with you. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's squad is led by Yu Luomian. Their team lacks any titled Douluo-level powerhouses, making it difficult for them to participate in battles between top-tier experts. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is not as large as the Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Their purpose in appearing was simply to gain Yi Tianxin's favor, and then use that favor to provide the family's powerful members with an extra layer of security. Unfortunately, the forces that came here to compete for this opportunity were quite adept at intelligence gathering. Ning Bao of the 7 treasure glazed tile school immediately blocked their path, saying, "Second brother Yu, stop struggling. Soul Douluo level experts are not allowed to participate. Let's have a proper spar." Yu Luomian was naturally unafraid and made arrangements for the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family through telepathy. Similar situations continue to unfold, creating a stalemate. Whether Yi Tianxin can be rescued depends entirely on the strength of the Soul Saint experts each side brings. Qin Yuan would occasionally look up at the black crows in the sky. Relying on his movement technique, his speed was no less than that of any agile Soul Douluo. Following the tracking method provided by Ghost Douluo and the approximate location of the person behind the scenes, he relentlessly pursued them. On the other side, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's team split into 3 groups. Bone Douluo and Ning Bao fought separately, while Ning Tai's Soul Saint team did not get entangled with any forces and was deployed in various places outside the city to search for information. Seeing Qin Yuan moving like a dragon, heading in a clear direction, Ning Tai immediately guessed what was going on and arranged for the experts from the 7 treasure glazed tile school to follow. Of course, Qin Yuan did not shake off these people. The person behind the scenes is quite powerful, he has already used up his martial soul true body. Even with his 7th spirit ring reaching the 100,000-year level, his martial spirit true body still has a very long cooldown period, which is not enough to start a second battle in a short time. His condition has clearly declined, and if he doesn't get enough help, chasing after him alone would be tantamount to suicide. A village outside Lock Dragon City. Yi Tianxin was in the same room with the old man in black robes. The old man in black robes was a soul master of the soul Douluo level, which made Yi Tianxin dare not make any moves. The previous battle of soul saints, and the current battle between soul Douluos and title Douluos, all indicate that major forces are coming to the rescue. Yi Tianxin was confident that the old man in black robes beside her had not discovered her previous method of communication. But now, if he doesn't reveal his presence, he might miss the rescue team. Damn it, the Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan are all here. The black-robed elder's face was gloomy. He thought he had orchestrated a grand drama to send Jiaoming and the others to their deaths, but who would have thought that 4 title Douluos would be attracted to it? Beforehand, the old man in black robes noticed that there were many travelers in Lock Dragon City, and realized that something was wrong. However, he didn't think that much about it and only focused on the actions of the Spirit Hall, which led to a serious misjudgment of the situation. However, his location was safe enough, a good 10 miles away from the battlefield. Even if Qin Yuan could find him, it would take him some time, enough time for him to arrange for the evacuation of his personnel. He withdrew his gaze from Black Crow, and with a smile, gestured to Yi Tianxin, "Elder Yi, let's leave this place of trouble together. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Yi Tianxin appeared compliant, but as soon as she stepped out of the wooden house, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body. Even if he is a support-type soul master, once he activates his Martial Soul True form, his immense soul power will still form a soul power barrier around him, making it difficult for ordinary soul Douluo experts to completely defeat him in a short period of time. The old man in black robes was astonished, seemingly understanding the reason behind all of this. Yi Tianxin must have done something behind the scenes. If it were just Jiaoming alone, how could he have attracted all the major forces to gather here? Yi Tianxin's aura has been exposed, and powerful figures from all sides will arrive soon. They're all the kind of people who won't act until they see a rabbit. Forcibly taking Yi Tianxin away will only provoke 4 title Douluos to hunt him down. Yi Tianxin, the journey of the martial world is long, we'll meet again someday. After glaring fiercely at the other party, the old man in black robes left a group to cover his retreat and disappeared into the night alone. Yi Tianxin dared not linger and immediately fled towards Lock Dragon City. Qin Yuan was the fastest, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School team behind him couldn't catch up with him at all. He bumped into Yi Tianxin before arriving at the village. Qin Yuan had never met Yi Tianxin, but he had met Yi Lingling. The grandfather and grandson had somewhat similar features, and Qin Yuan recognized them immediately. "Senior Yi Tianxin." Yi Tianxin turned around abruptly and saw Qin Yuan deliberately taking out Yi Lingling's keepsake. Her face immediately darkened. "Who are you? Why do you know Lingling?" Qin Yuan didn't explain, but waved his hand, saying, "Senior, please come with me. I've come to welcome you at the invitation of Senior Dugu. As for Yi Lingling's matter, you might as well let her explain it herself after we arrive in Tiando City." Yi Tianxin glanced at the pursuers behind him, his expression solemn. No matter how much Qin Yuan urged him, he remained unmoved, standing still in a fighting stance. "Young friend, with my assistance, how confident are you in fighting 4 soul saints simultaneously?" Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, not understanding the other party's intention, and immediately explained, "Senior Yi, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall are coming soon. If you don't want to join them, come with me." Without the support of his martial soul true body, let alone 4 soul saints, he would have to avoid even 1 soul saint.